Okay, good morning, everyone. I will call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, October 18th, 2022. We will start the morning with an invocation by Pastor Drew Buell of the Kuhl Community Church. I think I see Pastor Drew online. And then we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Thomas. Where'd you go? Here comes Pastor Drew.
Yep. Can you hear me?
There we go. We can hear you.
Okay. I can't seem to get the, oh, there it is. There's the video.
There you are.
There you are.
Okay.
Yep.
Hi.
Good morning.
Morning. Let's have a word of prayer. Well, Father, once again, we've gathered together this morning in order to conduct the business of the people. And so I'm sure that there are citizens here who are concerned about their own businesses, challenges that they face and frustrations that they have, and trying to work through the complicated and confusing world of local government. And so I just pray that you would help them this morning. And I'm also sure that there are various civil servants here who are concerned about their own business, their departments, their budgets, their personnel, and the scope of their responsibilities that have all been assigned to them. And so likewise, I pray that you would help them this morning. And there are certainly elected officials with us this morning. And for the most part, they're just trying to figure out how to accommodate all of the competing concerns and interests and regulations that make the job of governing so difficult. And so, Lord Jesus, my prayer this morning is that you would help these men and women to find what you want for this county, for these departments, and for these citizens. Somehow, even with all of the competing interests that are represented here, would you be so kind as to put your hand on each of us and to help us find our way to a better tomorrow because of the work that will be accomplished here today. That's my prayer for us this morning, and I offer it up in the powerful name of Jesus Christ, the Son of your love. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor
Thank
Drew.
you.
Fabulous. Please stand and join me in honoring our nation's flag. Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Any changes, District 5?
No changes.
District 1?
No changes.
District 3?
No changes, but on item 4, I would like to thank our Parks Manager, Vicky, for all of her work on exploring all the options for our rail park. Happy this item is coming before us today.
Very good.
Yes, it's just.
And then District 2? Any
Yeah,
changes?
No changes, but I just want to speak on item 16. There was some stuff, and I did extensive research and finding out what I had talking to DOT. Everything went through, so I really appreciate all you guys' hard work and what you've done.
Very good.
And Madam Chair, I do have a go back.
Oh, sure.
I would like to request a continuance of item number 23 to November 8th at 10 a.m. It turns out that Dave Cook was not able to join us, so we wanted to make sure that he was present when we made the proclamation and
Oh,
presentation.
very good.
So
Thank you for that.
just a continuation
Yeah.
on that.
Okay.
So number 23.
Yep.
Continue. Okay. And I have no changes in CAO, anything?
No changes, Madam Chair.
All right, Kim, public comment on the consent calendar, please.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, very good. Bring it back to the board. Anyone want to move to approve?
So adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Continue item number 23 to November 8th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Now, there you go.
I'll second.
And we're all here in person, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Passes unanimously. Thank you for that. We can do our 9 o'clock, item number 21, Kim.
Item 21 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing October 23rd as Deputy Brian Ishmael Day.
Thank you for that. And as the chair of the board this year, and this will happen every year, we will have a proclamation to honor Deputy Ishmael. So here it is. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado proclaiming October 23rd, 2022 as El Dorado County Deputy Sheriff Brian Ishmael Day. Whereas Deputy Sheriff Brian Ishmael was born and raised in the Placerville area and married his high school sweetheart, Katie, their family was completed with the addition of their 3 young children. And whereas Brian started his tour with the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office in 2015 after serving several years with the Placerville Police Department. And whereas on October 23rd, 2019, in the early morning hours, Brian responded to a call from a man who lived on Sandridge Road, reporting a robbery was occurring at his marijuana grow. And whereas Brian and his ride-along partner from San Joaquin County were not aware of the danger they were walking into, as Brian approached the grow, a man opened fire, shooting both Deputy Ishmael and the San Joaquin County deputy. Both were able to return fire and injure the suspect, but Deputy Ishmael's injuries were fatal. And whereas this loss to our sheriff's office, to our county government, to our community, and more importantly, to his family, was and always will be so deeply felt. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that October 23rd, 2022 be recognized as Sheriff Brian Ishmael Day this year and in the years to come, in somber recognition of the great loss suffered by his family, his sheriff family, and our entire county. And so with that, I've been taking public comment first, and then I'll bring it back to the board for final comments. I've been liking that.
Now taking public comment on item number 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Oh, the mic's not on, Chris. Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I've told this story before, but I think it's appropriate to tell it today. Fox 40 had Sheriff's of El Dorado County as a program for many years. One of the episodes had Brian in it. And so after the tragedy happened, I happened to watch that program, and I saw him in the way he was with people. He was phenomenal. He was so kind, and he took the attitude of, you know, he worked for us, he worked for the public, and you could just feel that in how he did his job. He was the whole episode essentially, and I have that still on my DVR. I won't erase it. If it somehow I lose it, that's different, but I won't erase it. So I just wanted to tell that story about how I can still watch him and see him in action. Thank you very much for the time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. It looks like we have Brian Gomez who'd like to speak.
Yes, absolutely. Go
Good
ahead,
morning,
Brian.
Madam Chair,
There you go.
supervisors. How are you today?
Good.
Thank you very much. This is Under Sheriff Brian Gomez on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. I would really like to thank the board for recognizing Deputy Brian Ishmael and the sacrifice he made protecting our community. As well as I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our community. They have stood behind the Sheriff's Office and the family and given 100% support to us, and it has not stopped. So again, thank you for recognizing this day and making it the Ish Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board for any comments on the proclamation.
Just thank you for bringing this, because it's a great honor. He gave his life for our county, our community, and as Chris was saying, he's a great person, so thank you.
And, yeah, Brian was a great person. You know, I know the family very well, real close friends.
Mm.
It was a tragedy for what they had to go through, and they're going through still today. So I know him very personally, you know, over 40 years. And I reach out to their, you know, to them and the family and stuff, and God bless them for all the stuff they have gone through.
Yeah, likewise, a very, very important tribute to a great man and all his service. And my prayers continue to go out for his ride-along companion. I think he was San Joaquin County, as I remember.
Yeah.
And hopefully his rapid recovery and the PTSD things that happen in those kinds of situations, having a military background as well, I guess, have taken a huge toll on him. So
Yeah.
keep him in your prayers, and hopefully he'll get better as time goes on and have a more happy life than what otherwise would be with all the trauma. But yeah.
Right.
And there's just no greater love than to lay down your life in service and sacrifice. And it is so important that we continue to remember Brian's sacrifice year after year and honor his legacy of love in our community, his service, and hold his family close in our thoughts and our hearts. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Absolutely. And well said, everyone. I really can't add anything to that other than we will not forget. So, and our flag, the county flag, is at half mast in honor of Deputy Ishmael throughout the week until the 23rd. So with that, we do not have another item until 9:30. So I think, can we get our closed session item in? Okay, so,
Did I miss the motion?
No.
oh, you're right. Kim, I am off my game today. Thank you for being here. My goodness.
You gonna move the proclamation?
I shall.
Second.
And then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I think I just assumed it was going to pass unanimously, and it did. So thank you for that, Kim. All right, we'll recess into closed session. Hold phone. A Monday meeting. The board will now recess into closed session to hear item 26 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, we'll recess into closed session on item number 26. Oh my gosh, it's only 9:27. Yeah. The clock in there is different.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, we gotta wait 2 seconds, 2 minutes. Dear Lord, that's embarrassing. But today is a funny day.
Bring on the Jeopardy music.
Oh yeah, we did that before, Sue.
For Hollywood Squares.
We can do I can do the report out and you can talk really slow. So we'll talk really slow for 2 minutes. So we're back from closed session. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session here, item number 26. There is no action to report out.
That went really fast. Thank you. We still have a minute. Oh my gosh. You just never know how agendas are gonna go.
We're being very efficient this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yay.
Oh, is it still not working?
Yeah, it's defunct. Yeah.
Now, if I push it, is it on?
No,
Oh,
so it's electrical connection probably
so I'm
underneath.
just
here somewhere.
pushing,
Something's
I'm
come loose.
pushing air. Okay, interesting. All right,
Yeah, you just pull it off and probably find it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I'll look down there, just wave at me or
Or the
holler.
button has failed, one of the two
Right.
switch. Yeah.
Right.
Now we've solved that problem.
Problem solvers. We gotta fix that clock in the closed session room. So, I think it's maybe 5 minutes early.
Battery.
There it
It's 9:30.
There we go.
No, it is. It's 9:30. Perfect. That's
Good time
perfect
filler. There you
timing. All right, now that it's 9:30, we will move on to item 22, please, Kim.
Item 22 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board receive a presentation from PG&E regarding their community wildfire safety program and related efforts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. A few months ago, Brandon Sanders reached out to me asking if we could find some time and if we desire the opportunity for him to come give an update to you and to our community about everything going on with PG&E. We're in that time of year again where at least a couple of years ago, we were experiencing a lot of power safety shutoff events. And last year, I don't believe there were any in El Dorado County. There were very few, to say the least, but we're in that time of year. So I thought it would be beneficial in all things wildfire prevention efforts. So I'll turn it over. And it is a informational item only, receive and file, but feel free to ask questions you may have as you've heard from your constituents. So take it away, Brendan.
Thank you, Don. Good morning, Chair Portland, supervisors, Brandon Sanders, PG&E Local Government Affairs, joining you once again for what seems to be becoming an annual update on our efforts related to wildfire safety in your community. There is a lot going on. I have a slide presentation that I would like to share with you as well.
There it is.
Great. And if,
I'm probably gonna have to move it since it's a PowerPoint. I don't think you'll be able to click through it.
oh, okay.
And I mean, it's a PDF, I'm sorry.
Okay. I apologize for that. We weren't able to email the PowerPoint because it was such a large file. So yeah, so the topics we're going to discuss today are wildfire risk and safety work in El Dorado County, some of the very specific actions we're taking to lessen the threat of wildfire stemming from our equipment, our new wildfire mitigation tactic called enhanced power line safety settings. I was fortunate to have an invitation from the chair to meet with her community advisory committee in Coloma on the 6th. We had a really good engagement there. And also I'll speak to some of those specifically those settings. Our public safety power shutoff program, which as Don noted, has somewhat diminished in recent years. I think that's a testament to the improvements we've made in our weather modeling and other approaches to that as a wildfire mitigation tactic. And then we have quite a few different customer resources that we've put in place to help folks as they experience outage activity. So identifying wildfire risk, I mean, I know it's well known among this group and largely across the county that this county sits almost entirely within the high fire threat district as defined by the state of California. And our efforts to mitigate wildfire threat are focused within those high fire threat areas. There's really three objectives that we've carried forward over recent years. One is to mitigate the risk, minimize customer impact, and also maximize our situational awareness. Those will be covered in greater detail in the coming slides here. As recently as I believe 2 weeks ago, we had a really productive, what I would call introductory meeting with your Department of Transportation, Rafael, and a bunch of folks from his team about our undergrounding plan for El Dorado County. El Dorado County is going to likely receive the most mileage in our program over the next several years within our 10,000 mile undergrounding plan. That is going to essentially eliminate the threat of wildfire by putting overhead electrical equipment in the ground. It does a number of things. It improves safety. There are reliability benefits, not just within the wildfire season, but also during winter storms. And we're really excited to be embarking upon that effort in partnership with your county staff. And this is just an illustration of miles completed. You're likely aware we've been working on Sly Park Road, up in Cool and in Lotus and a few other areas already actively building projects. And that's going to ramp up gradually in the coming years as we build the plan and do all the design and engineering needed to build on that plan. We've accomplished quite a bit of overhead system hardening. As I previously shared, this is replacing utility poles with deeper set, taller poles, eliminating the use of like wood cross arms and replacing those with things like aluminum cross arms, placing further spacing between the conductors so there's less of a risk of them coming into contact. So there's been quite a bit of overhead electric hardening, and we're going to continue to keep the pace on that in areas that we're not planning to underground. One of the biggest threats to our overhead equipment is trees. We certainly understand that trees are very valuable to people, to your constituents, to our communities. They're valuable to us too, but the reality we face is the forest is in such a condition that it poses a threat in many areas. And as such, we have to go in and do what we call enhanced vegetation management. And this is a larger clearance than what we had traditionally done, and that's for a number of reasons. One, we're trying to lessen the risk of line strikes. Additionally, we're trying to accommodate for the growth of the tree over the course of the year, so we're not having to make multiple entries onto an individual's property. We understand it's impactful. For folks that have questions about this, you can go to pge.com/EVM, or you can send an email to wildfiresafety@pge.com.
So Brandon, I've had several people talk about mountain enterprises clearing the properties and stuff and what rights they have. If the tree trimming and stuff is not immediately adjacent to a power line, is there some defined space along the power lines that people could easily understand from a graphic that says these are the areas they have authority to come in and do that trimming without personal permission or whatever? Because I think that's the big question, is how far away from those power lines can you get in that vegetation management area? And some people are feeling like there's an encroachment onto their personal property and it's not just the easement where the power lines go. So is there something definitive?
Yeah, so we operate under the pretense of Public Resources Code 4293, which essentially requires that we mitigate hazardous trees, whether they be a fall risk to the overhead equipment, or if they're diseased or defective, or we have what we call our tree assessment tool. It's a very thorough, I guess you would call it a tablet or iPad based tool that our inspectors go around with, and they inspect many different aspects of the tree in terms of its health, its orientation or lean, observations of the crown of the tree and determining, what hazards exist. I'd be happy to, I've done this for Nevada County. I'd be happy to arrange maybe even just like a walk outside at some point with a few interested supervisors, and I could bring an inspector and we can demonstrate how that tool works. But essentially the answer to that would be that the Public Resources Code 4293, which requires us to mitigate hazards that could potentially damage the overhead equipment and subsequently start a fire.
So a follow-up question. In the past, there was a PG&E contact given for vegetation management for El Dorado County. I still have the gal's name. I don't think she's in that role anymore. Is there somebody that we can give contact information to our constituents to say, this is the person to talk to if you have, complaints or whatever, to be mitigated, to be understood?
We have a dedicated wildfire safety phone number that's
Okay.
separate from our 800 number, and I believe it's on one of the upcoming slides.
Very
I'll
good.
call that out
Okay,
as
good,
we.
because, yeah, that's my concern too, because I'm getting a lot, especially out in Grizzly Flat area, especially with the wildfire going through there, and plus a lot of the rural area, especially on Sand Ridge Road with all the tree removal that's going on there. One of the biggest complaints is leaving the debris. And there's been a lot of debris left, and people want to know, are you going to remove the debris off my property? So I've been getting a lot of complaints from constituents out there, especially along Sand Ridge Road where I live. And a lot of the people in Grizzly Flat are having issues.
Well, you can certainly bring those to me. I know that you've brought some in the past, and we put those customers in touch with our customer team and worked on a plan. I think part of it is we're just challenged by the volume of work. There is an opportunity for wood management. So your constituents should seek out the inspector as they enter their property, have a conversation. These folks are professionals at what they do. And you can request that the wood be managed by PG&E. Typically, the way the rules work, the wood is owned by the landowner. And so it wouldn't be appropriate for us to just assume they don't want it and take it off. But there is opportunities for them to work with the inspector and the crews to have that removed. So additionally, oftentimes what will happen is there's a felling crew and a chipping crew. And so a felling crew might come onto someone's property, lay the tree down, limb it all up, and stockpile the material, with the plan being that once the chipper crew was in the area, they would then come through and chip everything that would fit in the chipper. So sometimes there's a little bit of a gap there between the day the tree work is done and the day the chipper comes. So that's why sometimes folks see the piles there for a few days or a week or two. But you can certainly bring those forward to me, or we can put the number up so we can.
Yeah, those trees are still sitting on mine. They haven't been removed.
Yeah, I'll ask again. I have routed that, and I will ask that it be addressed.
So
Yeah,
just for
because they've been sitting there for
clarification,
quite a while now, so.
is the inspector a PG&E employee or is he a contract employee?
We have both. We have our
Okay.
vegetation management inspectors in-house, and they do a lot of the quality assurance work. We also have ACRT and Arbor-Metrics. I'm not sure which of those two operates in El Dorado County, but I can find out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
ACRT?
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
They're the ones contacted me, so.
very good. Thank you.
One of the tools that we've put in place that has done a number of things, including lessening the size and duration of outages and also allowing us to be more surgical in the use of public safety power shutoff, is the installation of sectionalizing devices. Basically, it breaks the grid up into smaller pieces, resulting in a shorter area to patrol when outages occur. And this just illustrates where those devices have been placed and the number of them, largely in and around Placerville, as part of our overall effort to mitigate the impacts of public safety power shutoff here locally. Excuse me. This is also a really good tool for PG&E. I know that we got feedback early on in public safety power shutoff about the absence of wind. We took that to heart and we took action in placing now 44 weather stations across the county. This allows us to have better information as we decide whether or not to de-energize circuits for wildfire safety. So this is really good coverage. The intent is to have a weather station every 20 line miles in the coming years. And this information is publicly available at pge.com/weather.
These are all electronic communications, right? You can look at the conditions
Yep,
real
in
time.
real time,
Yeah,
absolutely.
perfect.
I don't see any up in the High Sierra. Is there a reason for that?
Well, partly because our, as you know, Supervisor Novosel, our service territory ends at the summit.
Mhm.
I think there are plans to do that, but I believe there's also other agencies that have those.
Yeah, I know when we get to the cameras that alert Tahoe's.
Yeah.
A bunch of different people, so.
I think it's largely a matter of the extent of our system. But I think there's other agencies that have weather stations up there,
Okay,
but I can
probably-
certainly look into that.
That'd be great. I'd like.
Yeah,
curious to know.
and as I said, like, so with the El Dorado powerhouse circuit going up to Sierra, the intent is to have one every 20 miles
Okay,
at some point. I think.
that's why I wanted to make sure, because I
Yeah.
know there's a lot of work being done
Yeah.
going up there, Caldor, so, okay.
Absolutely.
And
Thank you.
Brandon, this may be a stupid question, but I assume that all the weather stations are then coordinated with the microgrids? Do they all talk to each other?
Well, yeah, it's all an integrated system. It doesn't relate it so much back to our microgrid work as it does our decision-making around planned outages
Okay.
for fire safety. So we just want to make sure that we have not only the current data, but the historical data, and we're building that now that this network's been expanded, and is better informing our decisions on PSPS specifically.
Okay, fabulous.
This is also a very exciting, relatively new initiative that PG&E's put into place. These are our wildfire detection cameras. There are going to be, by the end of this year, 24 in El Dorado County. That information is available, or you can view those. They're available to the public at alertwildfire.org or also pge.com/weather, although it's easier to navigate through them and to them on the Alert Wildfire webpage.
And a lot of that started with the Alert Tahoe systems that
Yep.
we have up in Tahoe. That a lot of our nonprofits got started with, and then California kind of took over. They've been amazing. I can't imagine. I can't remember the count, but it's an incredible amount of fires that have been caught and stopped at early because of this early detection system. It's great.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And for the cameras that we own, we have given CAL FIRE and the Forest Service the ability to manipulate them. So
Oh, fabulous.
to move them around. So it's not just our meteorologists. They have that as well.
So with the context you have on the webpage, are you allowed to see in real time a camera view of what's going on from the standpoint of the fire progression, or are you only able to get an image that was taken 20 minutes ago, or how interactive is
It's
that?
real time.
It's real
It's
time.
real time. So you can do, I think you can do the last hour, the last 3 hours, and the last 6 hours.
Okay,
The one thing that the public isn't able to control is the aspect.
got it.
That's only PG&E or our fire cooperators only have that ability.
Okay, very cool.
So this is a big topic that I want to take some time to speak with you about. I also have here in the room with me, my colleague, Eric Lamoureux. He is a leader within PG&E under our Enhanced Powerline Safety Setting Program. EPSS is a new wildfire mitigation tactic. And we'll move through into the next slide and we'll have a little conversation about what it is and how it works. So as we shared previously, one of the biggest threats to overhead electrical equipment is trees, but also animals, such as like turkey vultures, geese, even squirrels on top of a transformer. And so what it does is these are enhanced settings on the automated devices across the system that will, within 1/10 of a second of seeing contact to energize circuits, will de-energize the circuit for safety. It's really, really effective. We have reduced by 80% the number of wildfire ignitions from our equipment on those lines with these settings. And so these are relatively small outages, typically last between like 3 and 6 hours. They do require a full patrol, as does PSPS. But the challenge is, we're not able to notify customers that these are going to happen because these are automated settings. And so we certainly acknowledge that it's a challenge for customers to be without power, even for just short periods of time. But it's also important to note that this is a highly effective tool that we've put in place. Again, decreasing by 80% the number of reportable ignitions from circuits enabled with EPSS.
So,
Go ahead.
well, I just want to, so at the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee, the CLAC, we had a really robust conversation. I'm going to see if Shelley can get the video and we'll send it out to everyone, but we really honed in mostly on these, and I don't like EPSSs, I just call them fast trip switch, because that's what they are. And I like to call things what they are. And I get it that they're stopping a lot of fires, but they're also making people's lives and livelihoods miserable. And so I think what came out of our discussion down in Coloma was that I pointed out that 2 years ago, PG&E, their slogan was smarter, shorter, smaller. And I really like that direction, getting the circuits so small that when something goes out, it only impacts a small group of people. The lines can get inspected and back up and running so much faster. And what came out of the conversation in Coloma was El Dorado County just happens to have the longest, is this correct? Help me explain this. We happen to have the longest sets of lines. And so that's why when we have these fast trip switches, outages, and they occur frequently, it takes a long time with these settings to get them calibrated, and they're so inconveniencing to people. It's because our lines are so long, and until we're undergrounded, that's going to continue. And so I had asked Brandon, and I think you were going to follow up for me, maybe with higher ups, to see if in the meantime, before we're undergrounded, can we get some of those circuits smaller so that we don't, disrupt businesses. And I mentioned people, we have a lot of seniors and people that are on medical devices. It's just been a challenge for them. And it's the unpredictability of the fast trip switches. Were you able to?
Yeah, so I can speak to that. So, and we can pull up Eric also, but we do multiple outage reviews on circuits with EPSS settings that frequently have outages. And we do a number of things. We install additional devices. We install what are called fault indicators, which allow the patrol to happen more quickly and thus result in a faster restoration. But we are looking at those most impacted areas. I mean, you're correct. The Apple Hill circuit is the longest in the system at almost 350 miles.
Oh, wow.
See, are we lucky?
let's
We
see.
got the longest one.
Yeah, the biggest issue out in Somerset area and stuff like that. I remember that one week we were out just about every day. Every
Yeah.
other day they get it back on and be out again. So
Because we
a
are
lot of
rural
people,
county.
yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm gonna-
But a lot of rural counties also have PG&E lines, and we just happen to have the longest. And so my point is, if we can get those shortened,
Yeah.
it would just impact fewer people and get them up faster, less to inspect. So I'm
Yeah.
really gonna push on that.
I'm gonna bring in, I'm gonna phone a friend here and bring in Eric. He could talk more about the multiple outage reviews and some of the steps that we're taking to further refine the program. And then I will also talk in a little bit about customer supports. So things that we're doing for customers to help them work through some of those situations. Eric, you want to provide them a little context?
Thank you, Brandon.
Morning, Chair and Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll just note that, and I don't say this to try to get the benefit of the doubt of this board, but my family's been up here in El Dorado County for over 40 years. I've lived here for the last 28 years. Experienced my first EPSS outage last night, actually. So I'm with you, but I have the opportunity to lead this program, the Enhanced Powerline Safety Settings Program. What I will say is it is making a tremendous difference in El Dorado County and across our service territory in stopping ignitions. We had a situation with what we call the Mountain Quarries Circuit, which is in Chair Parlin's district recently, where we had an ignition. It ended up being a 1/4 acre ignition because we were able to immediately stop the energy from that fault. An oak tree had fallen over. And those of us that live on acreage, we've experienced this. We just lose oak trees for no apparent reason. And in this situation, we lost an oak tree, came into a line. Had we not had these settings in place, that arc could have lasted for up to 2 to 3 seconds and deposited a number of particles onto the ground, creating an opportunity for a much bigger ignition. So we ended up having an ignition. The settings, this isn't like PSPS where we de-energize the line before the risky conditions and we're 100% sure we're not going to have any ignitions. But what it does is it's instantaneously, within a 1/10 of a second, shutting off that portion of the circuit so that we can stop the fault energy and reduce the number of materials. But what that means, and you've touched on it, is that customers are being impacted. We aren't seeing across the service territory here in El Dorado County, we aren't necessarily seeing more outages. What we are seeing is that there's more customers that are impacted because of the way we set these up. An outage that would have previously been detected by a fuse, which we have far more of in the system, now is detected by a line recloser, which we can install these sensitive settings into. And so it provides a greater level of protection, but it impacts a larger number of customers. So to your point, Chair Parlin, one of the things we do look at every day, our team is looking at every single outage that was a result of EPSS protection settings the day before. So today we'll be looking at the outages that occurred. The one I experienced in the Diamond Springs 1103, there was an outage on the Placerville 2106, which is a circuit that runs sort of north of here and down into the Coloma area. That particular outage was the result of a third-party tree crew that dropped vegetation into a line, something that we see frequently. And vegetation is one of our leading potential causes of ignitions. The outage that I experienced, and I hope nobody else experienced, was a result of an animal that had gotten into our lines and caused the outage last night at about 6 o'clock. So in El Dorado County, what we're doing is reviewing these outages every day. When we start to see more than 5 outages on a circuit, we're conducting, and Brendan touched on this, a multi-outage review. So we're assigning our engineers to review the settings on that circuit, see if we can adjust them slightly to reduce the number of outages while still providing the ignition reduction. We're looking at, to your point, Chair Parlin, what we call sectionalizing devices. These aren't things that we can install today. These are projects. And so we have to build them into our work plan, and we're already identifying a number of them for our 2023 work plan. And to the extent there's the opportunity to do it this year, we are. But those will give us the opportunity to reduce the number of customers that are affected. When there's a vegetation outage, we are sending a strike team out to that location the next day to go upstream and downstream of where that vegetation came into the line, regardless of the cause, whether it was natural or third-party tree crew, to see if there's additional opportunity to trim vegetation to prevent future outages. If we've got animal interaction, we're looking at, can we install animal guards on those lines? A lot of times we'll get raptors if we've got an area where conductors are close together. We may need to have covers on those lines so that as a bird comes in there, bird sitting on the line doesn't create an outage, but as soon as they spread their wings and go down or come up into the lines, then that's when, unfortunately, we get an arc flash. And so every day we're looking at these opportunities. We're installing what we call fault indicators. These are devices that are the next day our troublemen can install on the line. And in a future outage, it flashes. Some of you may have seen this. If you've had an outage and you see a red light flashing up on the line, that's a fault indicator. That tells our troublemen the outage, lines flashing here, the outage is that location. And it immediately allows us to really condense the area that needs to be patrolled, and we can start bringing other customers back up much faster. So there's a number of different ways that we're working to reduce the customer frustration, the customer headache. I will tell you across the service territory, and unfortunately, I don't have El Dorado County's data in front of me right now, but across our service territory, on average, these outages are lasting 3 hours. We've got a target that we look to meet every day to restore outages within 4 hours. And on average, across the service territory this year, with all the outages we've had associated with this protection program, we're running at about 178 minutes. The last thing I'll say before I hand it back to Brandon to talk about the customer piece, because the customer piece has been huge. We know we need to do a better job of communicating this program. We failed in that last year. We initiated this program last year following the Dixie fire, and we didn't do as good a job as we needed to do in helping customers understand what these protection settings were and why we were doing it. So that's been a huge priority for us. And that was a priority that we set for our team back in January when we started this program. So I just appreciate the opportunity today and happy to answer any other questions you have.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. And I'll just let everybody know that I spoke to Eric after the Coloma meeting also. And I suggested, because reaching the constituents and their customers is so difficult. And those mailer things, most people just kind of toss them aside. I hate to say it, beautiful mailers, but most of them just don't get read. And plus they're hard to understand sometimes, right? So I suggested that I would love to see Brandon or Eric on the Channel 3 local news with like a minute clip explaining what's coming or happening with this program. And the reason I like that is because video clips on the news can then be shared on social media and go viral. So I want to make you famous, but really communication in our county is, but communication in our county is a challenge. It just is, because a lot of people in our county, I think I'm finding, do not go on social media. They don't like it and they don't appreciate me sending them there. Actually, I get nasty emails about that, and not everybody's on our newsletters. So it seems the evening news, a lot of our seniors especially do watch that. And I'm just going to throw that out there again, that I understand communication is a challenge, but yet it's so important on this topic. So
yeah, I have been talking with our marketing and communications folks, our public information officer, about that, and we're looking to do something. My goal is to stay out of the media.
You don't want to be the face.
So we could just, we'll move through this a little more quickly. I know,
Yeah.
want to be mindful of time here. So this is an infographic that we have on our website. There's just kind of a very elementary explanation of what Eric just described in great detail. We'll keep on rolling here. Let's see. So this is just, again, illustrating where the settings are in place, which is pretty much the entire county due to it being within that high fire threat district.
Easy graphic.
And one thing on this slide that's important to call out is this is not going to be a 365-day a year thing. Obviously, as wildfire risk diminishes with winter weather that we hopefully get, the settings will be reevaluated, and we will likely remove those settings from many of the affected circuits over the winter months. So that's a silver lining, I guess, if nothing else. And I won't belabor this topic because I know that we've had many, many conversations, but just briefly on our public safety power shutoff. In review, this is under extreme weather conditions when there's a risk of wind damage to our system resulting in a wildfire. And really just we would targeted de-energization for wildfire safety as the last resort. And there's on the next slide, just a review of the conditions. We're talking extreme low humidity, extreme low fuel moistures, elevated fire conditions, high winds, of course. A red flag warning is also taken into consideration, and also on the ground real-time observations of the weather, both with personnel and also, of course, the weather station network that we have in place. Now, fortunately, when we anticipate a PSPS, we are able to communicate ahead of the event. So this is sort of the cadence of communication that we would send out to customers. And on the next slide, you'll see a list of what we call our community resource centers. I know some of you are familiar with this, but they're locations in affected areas where folks can access charging for medical equipment or electronic devices, water, snacks, internet in most cases, and that type of stuff. So that list is also available on our website at pge.com/CRC. And we will also, of course, notify far and wide affected customers of where those are located within an actual event.
Actually, I have a question on this, Brandon.
Sure.
When do you open a resource center? I mean, what duration of a power outage, triggers the opening of a community resource center?
Well, it would be any affected area under a public safety power shutoff, and we would strive to have it set up prior to the power going out, and it would stay open throughout the entire duration.
So customers can expect to have that resource available if there's an anticipated public safety.
Absolutely. If there's going to be a public safety power shutoff, we've worked closely with your county OES to make those arrangements, and it's all very.
This is the planned one.
Yeah.
So the PSPS, which is so different, and yeah.
Well, one thing to note though, for the safety of our employees and just for a variety of other reasons, they wouldn't be open overnight.
Right.
Yeah. So typically, I think it's like 8 to 8.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And so that's really a review of our PSPS effort. We also we have really great partnerships with the Eldorado and Placer food banks, which I know do a lot of great work in the community as well. And that's one of the community-based organizations we partner with for things like food replacement after an extended outage. And this is, I'm going to close on customer resources. So these are a few links here. Just quickly in review, we have our portable battery program. We have our generator and battery rebate programs. We have our backup power transfer switch program, which basically PG&E provides for qualifying customers a transfer switch to more easily and safely tie your generator into your home. For those with access and functional needs or other medical conditions, we provide support through the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers. And we also partner closely with 211 as well.
So Brandon, with the state pushing to get rid of natural gas, propane, and gasoline generators in all the rural areas, what is PG&E's answer to when people get to the point they can't buy a new generator for their home in the event of we have another Stormageddon, Snowmageddon, whatever you want to call it, and they're isolated for a week or more? What is PG&E's answer as to how those people survive in that kind of a condition? Because the state seems to be short-sighted in providing some exception for these rural areas.
Well, that's an excellent question, Supervisor Hydall, and not one I can thoroughly answer. I will say that we do offer not only the generator rebate, but also the battery rebate. So there's a lot of people that are putting in Tesla walls combined with the solar. Obviously, that's very costly, and obviously not accessible to a large swath of the population. For PG&E, we have exemptions for the use of generators under emergency situations. But quite honestly, I don't have a great answer for what folks are going to do once that ban goes into place.
Yeah.
It's not real.
Conversation with our legislators.
well,
Yeah.
And
continued
I've started that conversation a little bit,
Yeah.
but there needs to be considerations of, survival in some of these more
Right.
rural areas where we can't get equipment.
And I
quickly.
will say that under the generator rebate program, we provide a list of state approved equipment that's, I guess, CARB compliant.
Right, yeah. And CARB is, yeah.
And the rebate program is actually a very good thing. Thank you for doing that. That's awesome.
Yep.
It especially helped a lot of people in Grizzly Flat,
Mhm.
especially purchasing generators out there.
Very good.
But
Thank you
also
for
I
that.
gotta thank you for those phone chargers too, that you guys and the blankets and everything. And Raphael's got one too. Thanks to me. So anyway, yeah, thank you.
Of course.
For
So,
everything you're doing.
we're just gonna, I know there's probably gonna be some questions and the like. So just quickly, we have a lot of good mapping on our website. We also have the PG&E Reported app, which is something new that customers who might perceive a risk or something hazardous out in the field can report it to PG&E using this app. It's pretty cool. I would encourage folks to check that out. I'm not as familiar with this, but there's a new partnership with the Alexa device that allows customers to access information and things like that. I'm not personally familiar with it. That's relatively new to me. But there's information on our website about that. Excuse me. And the dedicated wildfire safety phone number that I mentioned is at the bottom of this slide. And I'll just go ahead and read it into the record for those listening online. It's 1-866-743-6589. And that is a dedicated phone line specifically for concerns about wildfire safety. And you'll also see a number of web resources on our webpage. Most importantly, safetyactioncenter.pge.com. That is like the one-stop shop for all of the various customer supports, like the generator rebates and all of the other things that we discussed.
So Brandon, if someone that does not use the internet, and believe it or not, El Dorado County has a lot of citizens that don't use the internet. If they were to call that 866 number, I think it was, will they be able to get information on the same programs? Will someone help them? Because they
Yeah.
cannot go online. I
Sure.
mean, I am my mom's internet user, right? She's like, Lori, can you go on the internet and do this? And a lot of seniors just don't have that. I know our libraries are awesome at that. We can send folks to the libraries, but so if they call the number, will they get those, can they ask those same questions? Will those people on the other end of that 866 number be able to direct them to some of those services?
They can definitely describe the programs, but I do think that the forms would have to be drawn down from the website. I don't know
Okay.
that we have the capacity to mail forms.
So we'll have to work on that connection then
Yeah.
to make sure people know they can go to our libraries for
Yeah,
assistance with
and
that.
if you'd like, I can circulate the forms to whoever among your departments and they can have them
Our
printed.
library director's back in the back of the room,
I'll
so
be
that's
sure
a
to-
great
There we go.
connection
I'll
for
be
you,
sure to
yes.
introduce- I'll be sure to
That's
introduce
kind of where I'm
myself.
thinking like that. So
Great.
because we, you
Good,
just
yeah.
have to remember who our constituents are and where they're at. And we do have a really large elderly
Yeah, and
population.
especially out there in Grizzly Flat area and stuff, because there's no internet service out there. So
Yeah.
that's
Those
a
isolated
big
areas.
concern.
Yeah,
Yes.
all our remote areas,
Yeah.
it's just a challenge.
I
and,
did notice that they have on their website, if you can get to the website.
Right.
Emergency Planning for Seniors page.
So
That's really
somehow
nice.
we've got to get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just get it
connected,
out
and
on our
We'll work on
newsletters.
that. We'll work
Yeah.
on that. And
Yeah, that's
again,
nice.
whoever's your face on our Channel 3 news every night.
I will
And
take that
start
back. as an
Sharing
action.
that information, where our seniors go
Sure.
is the evening news, I still think. So do you guys have any, I know it was great. Thank you for letting us ask questions and make comments
course.
along the way. Any more at this time?
Just a comment, just really want to thank you for all your dedicated work inside the city of Placerville. It's made a huge difference in stabilizing our businesses and our residents. And also want to thank you for your beautification of the Broadway substation. I know we're not quite done with our portion of it, but really appreciate your efforts.
Well, thank you for that. And I'm sorry it took as long as it did, but, I guess I'll just kind of close my comments by just saying that I work a lot with your staff across all your different departments with Dawn's team. And it's just really a pleasure to support El Dorado County. Everyone is very collaborative, pragmatic, taking reasonable approaches to things. And I know that I'm brought certain issues that are easily resolved and some are more complex or difficult, but I just appreciate the opportunity to work with you all. Thanks.
Yeah, one other thing, is Grizzly Flat Underground is all done now?
I believe everything is in the ground, and if anything, they're probably just pulling a bit more wire and then doing the pavement restoration. But I believe everything was slated to be complete by the end of this month.
Yeah,
I can email Mark an update.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, you guys,
Great.
awesome
Yeah,
job, working
that's
really
great.
hard to get that done. So
Yep.
I appreciate it very much.
All right, very good. Then you want to have a seat and we'll get some
Thank you.
public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Board. Laurel Brem from El Dorado County Chamber, but I'm not here as the CEO of the Chamber this morning. I'm here as a resident and a PG&E customer. And I had a really unfortunate situation at my home that ran up a tremendous bill for me because I had a hidden leak, water leak that caused my electric water heater to run 24/7 and used a huge amount of power. And it took us 3 months to find the leak. And my true up was thousands and thousands of dollars. And I called PG&E and also thank you, Brandon, for his support through this process. But the reason that I'm here to testify is I found them to be extremely responsive and helpful, and it then helped me to bring my situation to resolution. And just by doing good customer service, not by policy. It wasn't their policy to reduce my cost at all. It was their good customer service that did that. So I'm here to say, give them kudos, which they don't get very often, but in this case, they really deserve it. And I felt that I needed to share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Anyone else in the room?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, bringing it back. Any last questions? Nope.
Just final comment. PG&E's, you've had tremendous challenges in the last, like 5, 6, 7 years, but you've made tremendous progress. And, we appreciate your continued efforts. And yeah.
And this one is not an action item, so I don't have to ask for a motion. But we appreciate you, hearing our concerns and taking them seriously. And I'm looking forward to our follow-up conversations. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now, we can move on to item number 24.
Item number 24 comes from Supervisor Novosel recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation from the first 5 El Dorado Commission, and 2, receive and file the commission's fiscal year 21-23 strategic plan.
And thank you for allowing me to bring this as the commissioner for the Board of Supervisors for First 5. It's my pleasure to bring you this update. We have with us today our Executive Director, Kathy Guerrero here, and others, and our other commissioners. And thank you all for being here to give us an update and give us a little presentation. So Kathy, the floor is yours.
The whole floor?
The full floor. Yes.
It's not a dance floor.
Yeah. Have fun.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, board. It's nice to see you. It's always a pleasure to come and share what we've been doing in community hubs. And as Sue had mentioned, I don't know why I still get nervous. I've been coming up here since 1998. You'd think I'd get over it. As Sue said, we're coming here for 2 reasons today. One is to receive and file our strategic plan extension, which I'll get to at the end, but it would be remiss of me to not talk a little bit about community hubs and the progress we're making today. So I thought I'd do a PowerPoint, but I can't move forward without introducing to you my amazing, we used to call them hubbubs really early on, but this is our hub leadership. So First 5 and our commission would be nothing without the partners we have in the community, and community hubs are would not be as successful without the innovative leadership of both Carolyn Books, our library director, and Elizabeth Blakemore, who is actually the director of ELFs. And I'm not kidding, ELFs, Early Learning and Family Support at the County Office of Education. Together, they oversee our community navigators who are out every day reaching your constituents and helping to address those issues. So let me tell you a little bit about hubs. Kim, if we can do the presentation. Beautiful, thank you. So on the next slide. Oh, I have a clicker. See, you think I'd know these things by now.
Power.
I know. I think where I wanted to start with first 5 is that many of you know us as tobacco tax dollars, 50 cents on every pack, that it comes into our community based upon birth rates. And generally this money is to be spent on expectant parents and families with children 0 through 5 years of age. What we found in the commission in the first decade of funding or so was that little children don't raise themselves. You can't just do objectives for children 0 to 5. You have to look at their family, and that families do not exist in this county without having community. And in our county, that's very important because the community and the divide is going to look very different than my neighborhood in El Dorado Hills or someone up in South Lake Tahoe. And I think the commission has really embraced it and taken it seriously. So we've done some really deep thought over the years to move from just looking at kids 0 to 5 to what we have now as our vision and mission. And what I've bolded for you is how the commission has stepped out from that and included a broader view of what our funding can do in the community. So we look at children, individuals and families to succeed in life, not just get ready for school, which is our mission per ordinance. And we also look at a systems change. If we are simply funding a programs, and especially with grant money, programs come and programs go. But we have to look at our mark in history with the money that we've invested. And if our objective is then to, I don't know what the best way, but build a system that's going to sustain time. And I think that's the commission's true investment with our dollars. So this last year, they did change the vision and mission in order to move with that. And there was a good reason why. Oops, Kim, did I totally mess it up? Thank you. And there's a good reason why. So this is the data that we had over the last 4 years. I neglected to put in this year's because I turned in my PowerPoint early. But over the last 4 years, you can see the impact we've had with children and families in the community. You can see the bar graph super high when we're looking at 17 and 18, and then what happened? COVID hit. And we had to rethink the way that we engaged the community. We relied very heavily on one-on-one individual contact. And when COVID hit and we had no contact orders, we had to rethink the way that we did business in the community. So in looking at the data, we went back to our model. And I think when I came to you last year, I told you we were going to Hubs 2.0. And what we used to do in the Hub model is we would engage folks in a very relationship-based way. So we'd go out in the community and we'd create space. Come and work with us in our support groups, come and learn in the library story times or use the computer lab. But we created ways that we could build relationships and bring folks into the library. And what happened is that when we had the no contact through COVID, we had to think about how do you reach someone if you're not just inviting them in, building the relationship, how do you do that? And what we did is we shifted the model to a navigator model. We flipped it around. So usually you invite them in, build the relationship, and then say, hey, how are you doing? Can I help you? In COVID, you assume you need help. If you're standing in a food distribution line, you kind of need help. If you're calling an 800 number because you don't have access to items, you need help. So we flipped the model on its head and we now lead with navigation services. So what you'll see in the Hubs 2.0 model is that we've created a 1-800 number in order to increase access to services. We have put ourselves out there as saying, we're looking at social determinants of health. Do you have your bills paid? Do you have housing? Do you have food? So we've really kind of shifted the model. And this year was the first year of that model. What a great year to try it out, right? Because as soon as it passed, we had the Caldor fire and we had Snowmageddon. So it's been a very interesting year. And I think it's fair to say, and from our team members too, being flexible in this way helped us survive during Caldor and during Snowmageddon. We were able to deploy resources in a different way. So what also changed is our evaluation. I used to come before you and talk about the resiliency that we were building in our families. But if we're looking at building a sustainable system, what I want to report to you is how well are we doing in building that system? So our evaluations are put together this year based upon, are we person-centered? Are we meeting the folks where they're at and walking with them in the community? We do an innovation a continuous improvement approach. So we're constantly looking every month. Our team gets together and says, we tried this last month. How did it work? How did it not work? What can we do different next month? So we're not waiting until the end of an evaluation cycle, holding a few focus groups and giving you the report. Every month, we're looking at our data to see how we can do different and how we can reach more vulnerable populations in the community. We also have a focus on screening and referral. So we are leading with asking questions in our registration form right out about social determinants of health. Do you have what you need to make ends meet? Do you have childcare? Do you have food? That's part of our registration and intake process. And then we use a system called Unitas that you may have heard me pitching for the last year and a half, which is an electronic referral system for us to share information effectively within the community. And then lastly, the systems are sustainable, and that's a goal for us. As something that's built on grant funding, we know that it can't stand the test of time unless we find sustainable sources for that program. So I wanted to give a little love for a minute on this slide. And if you have it in hard copy, the hyperlinks all go to a video or something that backs it up. But I wanted to share the successes of your board and the community in the work that we've done. And so Mr. Ashton, you're first on there because right out in 2017, the gold standard of public service. What a compliment for the work that we're doing, being innovative and seeing things differently. In 2017, our library director was recognized as by the PERS system for excellence in education. And if you watch that video clip, it's very well done to talk about the ways in which community hubs are transforming the services that we provide in the community and better connecting our community members. Many of you are aware of the 2019 CSAC Award, California State Association, I should read my own slides, of counties. We were one of 16 out of 284 entries that were recognized for the work that we'd done and our team has done in the community. And then when COVID hit, boy, did we go into a different mode. I never thought that I would be looking for storage for diapers. Like almost every month I'm looking for storage. Now it's formula. But we're always looking for basic needs and making sure that folks are supported. And so there's a video here that talks a little bit or shows a little bit about what that looks like. And then also the adaptability. When Caldor broke, we were out, our teams were out with Marshall nurses knocking on trailers and visiting the D'Agostini Ranch and making sure that folks had what they need, because I'm sure that they left without a lot when they did that. The Georgetown Library during Snowmageddon, when the power was lost for 2 weeks, and we had folks, there's a story, and Carolyn probably tell it better, of someone walking down from Volcanoville to the library in order to get access to services. So we know that we've created a space in our community where folks feel welcome, where they can come and ask for services. And our team is always learning. I mean, every day is a new situation and a new thing to learn. So we pride ourselves in being flexible. I think the last piece, and again, should you have questions at the end, Carolyn will be better posed to ask them. The California State Library is so invested in the work that we're doing that they've actually created copycat grants across the state. They're in their second round of funding, and libraries are actually applying for money to be El Dorado County and to transform their libraries. So they're in their second round of millions of dollars. And actually, it's funny, some of the very early adopters are now mentors in the program, along with Carolyn, who sits on the state advisory as a mentor. So I want to thank all of you for your investment in hubs and helping us to be successful and to move the needle for children and families in the community. So the commission has served as the leader of collective impact. When we got together, we said, hey, how do we bring everybody together? We can't do this on our own. We get about $1 million a year, but we can't change everything with $1 million a year. We have to learn how to do it better. So the commission engaged public health nursing with Health and Human Services, our county office of education, and our library in order to start this. And over the course of the last 7 years, the commission has invested $4.4 million into building community hubs. And I don't want to say it like we're the only game in town, because your county, our county general plan funds $175,000 a year. The county office of education takes LCAP money and invests about $150,000 a year. And these two are amazing at pulling in dollars. Elizabeth has pulled in child abuse prevention dollars, which before were going back to the state unused. Carolyn is pulling down grants for everything from technology to vans, et cetera, to improve the work that we're doing. Dawn Simone, together with Carolyn during COVID, used your ARA monies to increase the office space and to bring technology in. I mean, so this is a huge community effort in order to bring everything together. We've also been able to blend and braid stable funding sources. So many of you know that this started out as an innovation from Mental Health Services Act. And we were actually one of the first programs to actually get funded through innovation here, which was a big lift. And we've been able to use that funding and some First 5 California money. We continue to draw down state funding, and I've been kind of investing it in the model as we go. And I believe our MHSA dollars are about 1.7 over 3 years. And I believe our First 5 California dollars about 16.6 million. So we've been able to really be creative in the way that we bring this program together. And I think the thing that I've learned from all of this is how critical relationships are. I used to worry about how are we going to sustain the programs financially. I now worry about the thought and historical knowledge that our folks have. If I lost either of these two tomorrow, I would be in a lot of trouble because anyone who comes in takes 6 months just to learn their job, then they learn about First 5, and then they would come into hubs. So it's become more of a concern to me, as many of you have seen turnover in government and retirements. I think the time's now to start having a conversation about how we could better sustain the program over time. And so I wanted to open up that conversation here with your board. I wanted to talk about how we could strategically work on sustaining a community hub system in county government, still collaboratively, still creatively, but how could we do it? And I had 4 talking points to kind of open the conversation. And one was, how could we formalize the service within county government? Again, if it's a grant and an add-on, and actually I have to tell you first, I felt funny saying this, and then I went, wait a second, code enforcement presented last week, and they had a whole 2 slides on community hubs because that's how they referred folks in.
Yeah.
And then there was, I think Supervisor Parlin made reference, and soon, so there's it's become commonplace to rely on hubs. And so part of me goes, okay, that's a little bit scary because I know it's still grant funded, but at the same time, it's part of how we do business now. And it's a better way to engage our community. So how do we formalize that? I think it's a good question for us. I think we should continue leveraging prevention and early intervention dollars. A lot of you know that when we get state money to the county, especially in prevention, the pots are so tiny, you can't run a whole program on them. But when you cobble them together, you can do something fabulous. So keeping our eyes out for those smaller pots of money that we can bring together as a county government system would be another good way, kind of a mapping of what resources we could do. Continue maximizing the existing resources. One idea that we were not able to realize when Don Simone was here was the ability, and I know he and Carolyn had some discussions about reallocating HHSA staff into the community. We built the rooms and we had the technology. Wouldn't it be great if eligibility staff were in the community on Tuesdays at such and such time? Wouldn't it be great if senior services or veteran services folks? I know someone who grew up on the Hill, grew up in Georgetown, senior services was a big deal because they couldn't get in the car and drive over to where it needed to be. So it's a great opportunity for us to think about creating a different service delivery model or pattern in the community to deliver services closer to where the folks live. And then I'm going to throw it out there, and I'm a syntax too, but the cannabis funding, as it evolves is a great opportunity to leverage that funding in. Mental Health Services Act, we can consider or look at prevention and early intervention funding as we've transitioned out of innovation, and we're starting those conversations with the staff there for next year. And then there's another one that's on the horizon, and it's CalAIM. And the reason that I bring it up is that our navigators model looks like a community health worker. And under CalAIM changes in the managed care plans, you're now able to reimburse for services provided by a community health worker in a certain model. And if we really put our heads together, we could think about how to reimburse through the managed care plans these positions. So somewhere in between this, as I showed how we're doing it now, I think there's a combination. It's not just writing a check. I think there's a combination of how we could do things differently and sustain this over time. So all that said, just last week, the commission approved an extension of the strategic plan. Our strategic plan, we've been going 2 years at a time because of COVID, but we realized we were behind last year because of the fires, et cetera. So the commission voted last week to extend our strategic plan through June 30th, 2025. That means that we'll continue our hub investments for that period. We're going to continue doing our community and our continuous improvement and do better. We're going to continue to build on these engagement strategies and be more creative. And we'd like to open up the discussion of sustainability over time, because we know that someday we have to get back in the business of little kids. So that said, that's what we're asking here today. And actually, if I may, before we go to questions and answers, your board has been so supportive of the commission over time. And I need to reflect on the last 8 years that Sue Novosel has provided her time to the commission, her insight, her leadership, and her guidance. And I have sincerely appreciated her voice in thinking through the project, thinking through how we do things, how we reach the community. And I wanted to acknowledge Sue.
All right.
By thanking her for her time. And it says, thank you for the difference you have made in the lives of children and their families as a first 5 commissioner, Sue Novosel. So this is for you, Sue. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You want a photo op?
Yeah. Or we can do it at the end. It's your meeting.
Don't forget. Don't let her forget.
I know, I might forget too.
Okay,
So,
good.
All that said, here's some pictures of some of the work that we've been doing in the community and the variety of folks that we engage on a regular basis. And again, my deep appreciation for your support. This has been, it's funny, I used to come up here and go, okay, it's a really crazy idea. In 2014, I know you heard me say it. In 2014, I'd say, in Kathy's brain, or this is a really crazy idea. And I have to tell you, without all the community support, we wouldn't have been able to do this. This is an amazing accomplishment for our county to revision libraries as family resource centers, as community service centers, and to be able to have the staff like Elizabeth's that are bilingual out in the community at the trailer parks, knocking on doors. What an amazing approach. And I really appreciate all of you being brave and going out on that limb with me. I never felt alone. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's see if we can use buttons for questions and comments. And I'll start with Supervisor Novosel since her button is
Does my
broken
button doesn't
and
work?
she brought the item.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy, for the presentation and to the staff. Yes, you guys,
I feel weird.
yeah, Elizabeth, I can't tell you, all the years of working with y'all, it's just been such a pleasure and so exciting because when I was on the school board 20 years ago, all we talked about, we're having a center for families to come in and be able to get the services. And this has just been a flow through conversation of that. And to be able to create that before I leave has been really special. And I never say goodbye. I always say, I'll see you later. And so it's hard for me to say goodbye to this organization, this commission, because it's been such a powerful group and has done so much.
I'll find you, right?
I know.
Okay.
Talking about
Yeah,
that. Still
absolutely.
continue on, but thank you for all your work. And I think the important process here, something we talked about at CSAC, I'll get into in my to and froms, was sustainability for First 5, because we all realize with the possibility of losing our flavored tobacco tax money, that on top of, and that's a good thing,
It's a
right?
good thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
We're
good thing.
losing the money, yet we need sustainability for our families, for programs that are so incredibly important. So that this conversation, especially talking about cannabis, Kathy was at all of our ad hoc meetings for cannabis to make a point that this would be a good sustainable funding area for families, similar to their program, whatever it was. That kind of issues of trying to get to families and having sustainable funding is critical. We have that ability to do that. We have not set aside money from cannabis yet. I would hope on future boards that you can do that, because it's going to be critical to sustaining and creating these this kind of support system for our families. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just
And,
want to,
yep, Supervisor Hyde, I'll push his button.
yeah.
Got to push your button, George.
All right.
Trying to keep
Button
order
back
here.
now,
It's really
huh?
hard.
Go ahead, John.
So it was my personal pleasure to work with Kathy originally on the strategic plan for El Dorado County. We happened to be in the Healthy Communities group together and shared a lot of ideas and stuff. And she mentioned, the extensive libraries and those kinds of opportunities. And it just hit me. That is the way you connect with the public, is take the services to them, not require them to come down to Placerville. And if you can do that, you can be successful in a very broad scoped activity, not only dealing with youth, but helping the seniors out, helping those people who have issues with addictions, et cetera. That's where the MHSA funding and other things, I think, play into this. So in my view, this has been an ever expanding, completely successful program. And I'm sure there have been some hiccups along the way. That's typical of programs, right? And system development. But when you get to the end of that, and you recognize there's so much more potential here. This is not done yet, but I'll go back to what Supervisor Novosel said. Sustainability of funding is a key aspect of making this available in the future. We can talk about things now, but as grant monies come and go and all that, we need to always have a focus on where's that next revenue stream that keeps us growing and expanding into these communities. But I think it's been an outstanding success story. Congratulations on all the awards and stuff. We just need to keep moving forward. And it's a team. I recognize it's a team of participants that really put their heart and soul into it, but it shows. That's all I think. So thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Thomas.
Yes. Thank you so much for coming before us today to share your successes. And I can only add to what's already been said. I mean, you are just a dynamic team, and so appreciate your heart, your dedication to our community, your vision, your inspired leadership, and your dogged approach to get whatever funds are out there to leverage it to keep this going. And I think you hear from all of us, a commitment to work together to find sustainable funding sources in the future. And it will no doubt be a myriad, probably approaches several different funding sources to make this work. And we'll figure that out as we go forward. I do have a question. I liked your idea of formalizing the community hubs. So kind of what does that process look like? How do we do that?
I'm so glad you asked, because I was sitting here thinking about the money and acknowledging a retirement here and a leave in here. And I'm pretty sure the three of us would like to go, retire someday too.
That's not allowed, sorry.
Answer's no.
So that's a really good question. If in fact, sustainability, in my opinion, can't be achieved necessarily by continuing to layer grant funding, it has to be embedded within a system. And I think that and I was thinking about it as you were talking, what would be my ask? And I think my ask would be, who can we talk to about trying to create leadership within county government, whether it be through a department that we might already have, to facilitate hubs. I mean, it has to have a home. It can't continue to live within a grant leader. It has to have a home within a county department. And you can choose your county department. It could be County Office of Ed, whatever you all choose, but it needs a home. And then it needs a place to direct and facilitate that funding and manage the continuous improvement. From my perspective, the home would be complemented by having the support of some of those support services we've talked about before. So whether it be senior services or veteran services or something to that effect, one's eligibility, it needs to have some connection to the existing resources so that we are reallocating them within the community. So those would be my places to start. And I think, and I said this earlier, my biggest concern used to be funding. It's really not. It's about relationships. And my concern is that we are able to find a home for this before we have so much turnover that everyone forgets what they were. So
may I add, we had a conversation in July as a board about a new department, about creating community services area. And this would fit right in my mind. So I really like everyone to consider that as we move forward with the idea of a new department of community services, is to take that and have perhaps the library lead that whole entire system, but leave that up to you. That's another conversation. But to just keep that in mind as we talk about moving forward with sustainable funding for our community. Truly, we're talking about that as it's not just First Five, it's for our entire community. And having that lead with where we have our community hubs right now, it's a natural fit in my mind. I think it would be great. So I'd like you to remember that conversation too in the future.
Great.
Do you feel, just to follow up, then do you feel that this is part of our conversation of reorganizing HHSA then? I mean, does that fit into that conversation?
I think it's an important part.
So this is really timely then
Yes.
to be thinking about this. Okay, just wanted to check.
I really would think this would be perfect conversation to have as you move forward with that.
Very good. And
One
you had more, I
question,
could tell.
just one more question. I had the opportunity to finally have my one-on-one with our new HHSA director, Evelyn, and just had a delightful conversation, exploring just all kinds of issues in our county as she's starting to, do a deep dive. And we chatted about hubs briefly. And a question came to my mind in that conversation is, you have been so successful in meeting people where they are. And is there any integration or any opportunities in the future for integrating the hubs services into our wellness centers in our schools, where, Evelyn mentioned, our families are already in our schools. And I thought, that would be an interesting integration. Since you're already at home and at EDCO, can you talk a little bit about that potential opportunity?
I'd love to defer to my partner, Elizabeth Blakemore, on that
Oh,
one.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. The well-being of our student population, as well as the families that those children exist in, is a big priority for the El Dorado County Office of Education.
Right.
There is currently our wellness centers, which are being operated by, I believe, Summit View and Sierra Children Family Services, and they are being really impactful at those school sites. And we recognize that that's a big need. We also are the recipient of some funds to support behavioral health and managed health care. And that is we have a brand new director over those funds that is partnering with our behavioral health and managed care and creating a plan on how we can look at some of those supports for our youth, children, as well as their families of which they embody in. The commitment of El Dorado County Office of Education to serving school-age families is shown by the funding that our El Dorado County Office of Education has given to my team, so that my team can then serve school-age families. So most of the funding I have are for young children. Because of the impactful work that we did, El Dorado County Office of Education dedicated some additional funding to help bridge some gaps. Whenever you have grant funding, doesn't always fit. So yes, looking at how we partner, how we integrate, how we communicate with those wellness centers is a really big effort that I am now involved in. And I believe is going to be moved forward through the efforts and resources of the County Office of Education in partnership with our districts and in partnership with the community-based organizations that are currently doing the wellness centers at the schools.
Wow. Thank you. You articulated beautifully the complexity of all this. There are so many people doing so much good work, and the funding streams are so diverse and yet very targeted that pulling all that together to meet our community's needs is a Herculean lift.
It is only by working together, by building these funding streams together, we really can create a system. So last week you had folks up at the podium talking about the social isolation our families experience and their impacts on behavioral health. One of the things the hubs does is brings families together, connects with them, and helps them feel less connected. That impacts their behavioral health, their well-being, and helps them then be better parents, right? So it's a system. It then is a protective factor for those little ones in those families because the adults are doing better. And then we'll reduce the impact on our behavioral health system. So we really left to look at these primary prevention strategies that are community-based, out in the community, bringing families together to feel that sense of mutual support and to get their needs met when they have needs.
Right.
So Elizabeth, I was looking at the strategic plan. I was looking for wellness center integration into this, and I didn't see that specific topic brought up. Maybe it's part of the goals or something underneath the plan, but it seems to be, it needs to be a bullet point, something that brings attention to that integration need. That's the system aspect of it, right? So
absolutely. And I'm sure Kathy and I will be able to work together on this. I know she and I both have met with the new director at El Dorado County Office of Education, who's in charge of these funds. He's been there all of 3 months. So I do believe there's an effort for that. I also am working closely with Sierra Children Family Services. So there's another effort underway called the Comprehensive Prevention Plan for El Dorado County, which is focused on child abuse prevention, looking at how we draw down FFPSA and ARPA CBCAP funds to be able to create more prevention services for families. we're looking at, I'm working with Barry Harwell and his organization on those pieces. So it's not a bullet point yet, but we're all really aware of where those systems cross over and integrate and have to be pulled together. If we were to, I always say, we all have too small pots of money to start to do things on our own. Collectively, if we direct some of these funds into the right space, we can move the needle on some of these indicators.
Yes.
So the comprehensive child abuse prevention plan is in progress. We're going to be submitting a final plan in January, and we are looking at where the prevention strategies are, where those other wellness centers fit in, where does our home visiting services fit in? How can we layer in prevention, early intervention, what we call secondary and tertiary prevention strategies into the system? Hubs is one of those primary prevention strategies. Universal, acceptable to all families. You don't have to have an obvious risk factor to walk in the door and get some help. But if we have those robust prevention strategies out in the community, we will see a reduction in systems impacts for later secondary and tertiary family risk factors.
And congratulations on your
my
appointment to the
little-
Library Commission. It's also,
Yes,
also a good
yay.
synergy.
Good job,
Very
George.
good.
Yeah.
All right, Supervisor Hydall. I'm sorry, Turnbull, I'm
Oh,
pointing this
yeah,
way.
you skip me again,
I'm
huh?
gonna skip you again. I didn't do that.
Anyway, I just want to thank you for all your hard work and stuff and for all you do for our communities. And one of the things I want to reach out is Carolyn and I work together with Mike Brown. We got the refrigerators up there.
Yep.
And they're all in all the libraries. So there'll be healthy snacks especially for these children, healthy children, right? That's what we need to promote. So I just want to thank you for all your hard work. You've done a great job.
Thank you very much. It's funny because the time slots really, I could tell you for days, all the things we've changed. That is one of them, is bringing food, diapers, and having a little closet. The Georgetown one is actually pretty robust because of the folks that are food insecure up there. So,
Absolutely.
but if I could, if you don't mind, I would like Carolyn to speak really quickly. I know she's got her little motor. You had said something about the libraries running it, and I thought that if Carolyn could just speak to what libraries do in other counties, that might give a little bit of a frame. Scoot on down.
I was a little worried about that hill, but I did okay.
Yeah, right.
So it's really interesting how libraries have been changing, I think, really over the last 10 years. We now see libraries in roles they haven't been before. In Florida, on the EOCs, their library staff are part of that team on a regular basis because we connect people to information and resources. Our librarians have to have master's degrees in information sciences. It's literally having to learn how to have a conversation with somebody. We call them reference interviews, where what they're telling you they need is not actually what they need, right? Like you've got to have that deeper conversation and pull that from them. We have libraries that are functioning with social workers, are now part of those library teams. Our library system with our community health advocates, with our early childhood literacy specialists, with our FESs from EDCO are helping to lead the way. Libraries have just really expanded into this community resource center because our mission is to provide information and resources to the community. It doesn't say only books, right? It moves, it changes. We have entire departments across the state that during COVID went into COVID response. Well, down in Pasadena right now, they're monkeypox response, right? That's the trained 10-person team that they've already put on it. So as we move forward into what do libraries provide for our communities, when you look at a rural community like ours, we have to be completely flexible. We have to be able to provide access to the services people are eligible for, that they have the right to have access for, so that we can increase our abilities community to be resilient, so that they have those concrete supports in times of need. And in this last 3 years, that has been over and over. So whether it's food or diapers or participating as a member of the EOC team, whatever form or shape that might be, we are dedicated to providing that for our community. So I want a big thank you to all of you for allowing us to do that, for not saying, well, you're just books and stay in your lane. You have let us just grow our wings and fly with the most amazing partners anybody could ask for in the world. And I have to tell you, I get questions all the time, not just from our state, but across the US. How do you do that? How do you function as a team? How do you blend that money? There's the expert for blending money.
Yes.
And our team responds, and it's our community. It's El Dorado County. We are so resilient, work together. We always have our community's needs at the forefront, and that starts with our board and with our CAO. So thank you to all of you for letting us do what we do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Carolyn.
And I do want to, I always go last as the chair. And I did have a couple things. I have been so supportive of this because I think most of you know, when I worked in the library at Ponderosa High School, that library was the hub and heart of Ponderosa High School. People, the kids would come there and ask the strangest questions and we would figure it out for them. I mean, and I loved that job. That was one of my favorite jobs I've ever had in my life, except for this one, right? Of course. So yes, I love this idea of formalizing the hubs somehow into our system. I'm sure Dawn's gonna help us figure that out as we reorganize things. And I like the fact that much like we've done with our wildfire Office of Resiliency, we now have this point place that's making sure that we are collaborating, that we're not duplicating. And I think that's so important so that we just maximize every penny that we have and provide the best service possible. So, and our libraries are just amazing. I just love it. And I was up in Georgetown yesterday on a food bank giveaway. So, you know, because people are trying to overcome being evacuated for a week or two, and a lot of folks lost a lot of food. So the amazing that our libraries are part of our food security. There it is. And anyone can walk in a library and feel comfortable. So, and I'm appreciative that you mentioned that in other areas, the libraries are part of the EOC, because I see potential for that in our county too, as we move forward. I really do, because in your document about the extension, the amended strategic plan, it mentions in here, and I just was like, wow, the things that our county has been through in the last several years, you know, first was Caldor, then snowing, and during a pandemic, you know, we just had the mosquito fire, and it's right here. It says our community is exhausted. And so it's so important that we're coming together to support each other and get through this time. Hopefully we'll have I don't even know if we know what normal is anymore, but just thank you so much for all being here. And this is so exciting for our county. I'm just very pleased to see this moving forward the way it does. And thank you for Carolyn, you are amazing. I mean, you and your connections at the state we have benefited so much from that. So, and thank you for keeping in touch with all that.
Yeah, absolutely. They keep an eye on us. They're always excited to talk to us because we're always doing something new and a little bit wild with our partners. And they're like, so we're putting together a new grant funding source. Did you have any ideas of some needs, especially for rural areas? I'm like, oh, do we have needs? Let me tell you.
Those wild libraries, right?
We're the Wild West, right?
We are the Wild West. So are there any other questions or comments?
Just one more thing, Carolyn, thank you for reaching out. We've been talking about having a small library out there at Pioneer Park too. So
Yep,
that's another thing.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Another hub.
Yeah.
And there's another
We need another.
building infrastructure money coming, and each of those grants, the cap is $10 million. So
Yeah.
there'll be another opportunity not tied to safety and security. We're just waiting for that to roll out to see what that's going to look like. So.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, with that, I think we should get some public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. And there is no public. comment.
Where's everyone?
Wow,
I
this
know,
is
they're on
a-
vacation.
They're saving, I know. Well, that's awesome. So again, it was a receive and file. And yeah, we're not gonna forget our photo op. Don't, not forgetting that, but just thank you again
Yeah.
and keep it coming, keep in touch. Let us know how the board can support this because it really has benefited our community so much.
Well, great.
So
Perhaps I
thank you
can
for
work with
that.
Supervisor Novosel to have a follow-up conversation. I'm
Yeah.
still worried about people leaving
Very good.
everywhere.
Totally
So
understand.
if I'm
All
a
right,
little
yes.
bit pushy, I am just going to kind of make this conversation roll a little
We have
bit.
some
So
work to
thank you.
do.
all.
Yes, very
Thank
good.
you all very, very much. I appreciate it.
So that we're gonna get a photo op. Marcy's
Yeah.
back there. She's ready. Yay.
Get the memo about
And I'm gonna
address.
get.
Yeah, I know, we must have, huh?
Photo. I don't know. I don't think that.
I know. Oh, one more.
Oh, there you go. Very good.
Oh my God.
I know. I'll find you. Thank you all again for your time this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Kathy. So with that, today's just an odd one. So we have a lunch break now until 1 o'clock. So no excuses for being late. We got a long lunch today.
Yeah.
And then we'll tackle our afternoon item and we're good to go. So, all right, thank you.
Everyone just remember to turn their mics on. Oh, turn their mics on. Oh, yeah. I thought you said we're leaving the room. I thought we just got here.
Okay, with that, we'll go to our 1 o'clock item, open forum, Kim.
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there nobody in the room for open forum?
No, I'm actually waiting for Ishida. Thank you. Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. Every citizen has a right to speak truth to power. This is why the First Amendment is so critical. It gives individuals the right to speak freely, expose government wrongdoing, and criticize the government without fear of reprisal. To quote Democrat Carol Lewis at a taxpayers meeting, "You've taken your advocacy and you've moved it into a form of bullying with the First Amendment and all this shit that you put out." In recent weeks, I've submitted 2 PRAs that the county has failed to respond to as required by law. On September 27th, I submitted into the public record a PRA requesting all correspondence between CAO Don Ashton, the Board of Supervisors, and the directors of the Taxpayers Association. The directors of the association include Planning Commissioners Andy Nevis and Chris Payne, George Turnbull's admin Todd White, who was forced to resign in August, Tax Assessor Carl Wayland, as well as several other appointees to various boards, commissions, and committees. The other PRA involves Todd White's employment history. Obviously, the county has something to hide, as made evident by your last 2 unlawful walkouts when I publicly brought these grievances before you. Hours after my initial PRA submittal, I received this letter on behalf of the directors of the Taxpayers Association, threatening legal options and the termination of my membership. The libelous letter falsely accused, "You continue to disrupt our meetings and harass guest speakers and your fellow members. An unwillingness to follow proper decorum and a sustained pattern of harassment against your fellow members." No specific examples of my conduct were given because none exist. Their overt lies were an act of retaliation meant to intimidate me into silence for whistleblowing about government corruption. The letter ended with the ultimatum to respond in writing to the Taxpayers Association no later than Friday, October 14th, after which time the directors will meet in closed session to consider termination of my membership. The truth is that Andy Nevis, Chris Payne, and Todd White colluded with other county staff under color of law and in violation of their oaths of office to deprive me the blessings of freedom. It is the corrupt good old boys who have demonstrated a sustained pattern of unlawful censorship, discrimination, and threats against a conservative senior citizen who has the temerity to hold their feet to the fire. The evidence is in the unrebutted affidavits addressed to Andy, Chris, and Todd, which were submitted into the public record during last week's Planning Commission meeting. My only response was made publicly at that time, and it was this: "Your kangaroo court has no proof of misconduct, no lawful authority, and no legal standing whatsoever. You can stick your lies, threats, and bully tactics where the sun don't shine, but you will not impugn my good name and deprive me the blessings of freedom under color of law." If you have any comments, please make them now while I'm at the podium. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please enter this evidence of government corruption into the public record.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Jeanette. Jeanette, can you unmute yourself? Jeanette, it looks like you unmuted yourself. I see you raised your hand again, Jeanette. You can go ahead and speak.
Do you see any reason why we can't hear her?
I don't.
It'd be your
Yeah.
microphone, but yeah.
Is there a phone number she could call instead of doing the Zoom?
Sure, Jeanette, if you call 530-621-7603, the meeting ID number is 898-4419-2301.
So we can wait and see if it pops up in the
queue.
In the queue, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna remove her permission to talk then.
Okay, it's just not working.
Yeah, I don't know what else, and there's no other public comment. So I don't know if you want to give her a minute to see if she can call in.
Yeah, we have a minute. Let's do that. Where's that? Where's the Jeopardy music? Cue the music, please. That's quite handy. We'll give her a minute.
There's some
and
better
then-
rhythms out
Yeah.
there. I'll pull one up. No, not kidding.
If you can repeat that ID, that was a long.
Sure. So the call-in number is 530-621-7603. The meeting ID number is 898-4419-2301.
Oh, I just got a text message and she did not mean to raise her hand.
Oh.
So we're good. Okay. No worries. Technology's lovely. Okay, with that, then we don't have any further public comment, right? Kim, you're good? Okay. Our next item doesn't start till 1:30, so we get another break. Because I don't think that's enough time to do any to and froms. It was too disjointed last time when we broke it up. I personally didn't care for it. If you guys are okay with waiting. Okay, and we'll break until 1:30. Thank you. All right, with that, 1:30, we'll start with our last item of the day, item number 25, Kim.
Item number 25 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Parks Division, recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation on community input and conceptual design for 4 Bay Park, 2, approve conceptual design, and 3, direct staff to proceed with environmental review process.
Good afternoon. I'm Vicki Sanders, Chief Administrative Office Parks Manager. We're excited today to bring to you the conceptual plan for 4 Bay Park, but I kind of want to take a real quick step back and just remind the board, this is a very different park because this park was there way before we were. This park was PG&E's, then it was EID's, and then we took ownership of it. And one of the things that since we've taken ownership of the park that I've been very, very sensitive to is that this belonged to the community. And the community made sure that I knew that. So there was always a fear that we were going to come in and take over this park and do changes to it that they did not want. And we've always been very respectful of the community. And I just wanted to remind you, because normally we have property, we do a conceptual plan, we build a park, but we took this one on and we are more in a park renovation. So I kind of wanted to start with that so that we kind of knew where we were and why my approach has always been somewhat slower on this park. A lot of the community, they still maintain their ball field because it's their ball field and that's how they wanted it. So I've always been respectful of that. And I feel like that's what we've done with this community outreach also. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Meredith from Helix Environmental.
Thank you, Vicki. Thank you, members of the board. Just that. So today I'm here to present the 4 Bay Park conceptual plan and just walk you through sort of the planning process that we've done over the past 6 months and kind of where we are with the conceptual plan now. Next slide. Oh, I do. Is that kind of, is it the bottom one? There we go. Thank you. So as Vicki said, our purpose today is to have you approve the conceptual design and then authorize moving forward with the ISMND, the CEQA document, based on this conceptual design. So a quick overview of the timeline. As Vicki said, El Dorado County acquired the park in 2015. There was some public outreach and a grant application in 2019 led by the county. In 2020, some funding was identified for a restroom building to be added, well, really renovating totally replacing the restroom on site. And then here this spring, Helix has been helping the county through some conceptual planning in preparation for a larger renovation that included both the restroom and other aspects of the park. And so we have done that through a survey that took place in April and then some public meetings that took place in May through August. And that's led us to where we are now. So in March to April of this year, we started with an online survey. As you see, we got 171 people who responded, which is a really good participation. And through the online survey, we were just generally looking at areas of the park. We had it kind of divided into 5 areas and people could then respond with what their top priorities were for that area, those areas, and where they thought that what kind of activities they wanted to see there. And you'll see through here, a dog park came up a lot of time, disc golf came up a number of times, retaining the trees and that natural feel was very important to people. Also an accessible playground. And then we had some interest in like a BMX and bike trail. So based on that information that we gathered from that survey, we developed a draft design, which included the dog park, walking paths, a disc golf course, the new restroom, an accessible playground and exercise equipment. And then in that southern kind of pink area of the site, either a BMX bike trail or disc golf and walking paths. And so we had some options. And we brought this draft design back to the public. We started with kind of a pair of meetings the first meeting was an on-site outreach meeting so that people could come to the site in their community, It was sort of a drop-in meeting. So they had a window of time and they could come at their convenience. We had 21 people who came to give their input that day, and they had a variety of suggestions. There was interest in pickleball that was new, adding some more group picnic areas. There was not at public outreach, not a lot of interest in the disc golf, nor was there much interest in the BMX and bike facilities that people wanted that removed. But the local residents in particular, again, really wanted to retain that natural feel, and they were really concerned about their privacy and noise. Two sides of the park do back onto residential lots. And so obviously that is a concern. Another concern was traffic along Forebay Park. And I think that to some extent led into the concerns about the BMX and bike park, because that would be something that potentially would generate more traffic.
Meredith, before you move on, the 21 folks, do you have a breakdown of where they lived or who they were or anything?
We do. I do not have that information on me right now, but we did have that, and I can follow up after the meeting if you would like more information on that.
Thank you.
I was at the meeting, and they were all locals. There were several that were property owners that are in the back of the park, so they are adjacent property owners. There were not a lot of young folks, I could say. So like a lot of the kids that might have wanted the bike park were not in attendance, but more of the local residents there that are surrounding the park that had a lot of concerns about the privacy and the buffer.
That makes sense. I'm just curious, to what extent were the Little League families involved, the folks that actually been using this park for decades?
Right.
Because I grew up there. Do you know how involved the Little League was? I'm gonna look at Vicky. Sorry, Meredith.
No, it's okay.
Meredith wasn't there. She was on maternity leave, so I'm sorry. That's fine. But I was there. They were represented, and as we get further into some of the designs, none of the choices were even done without speaking with the Little League, such as originally when EID had a plan for this park, they had a T-ball field. And later in discussions, they wanted to put the dog park there. And so we called Snowline Little League to be sure, is this what you want? And they're like, we'd rather have a dog park because the dog folks are walking on our ball field. So we'd rather you make a dog park. And we don't really have enough enough children to do a T-ball field. So we did make sure we backed up because of the community aspect of this. There's ownership, and there's people whose grandchildren, they played on that field, their grandchildren are playing on that field. And that's part of why I started out with that. I have to be very respectful because there's multiple generations.
Absolutely. And I appreciate that. And I just wanted to get that out. So thank you.
Yeah. And what kind of outreach did you have on that?
What kind of
prior to the meeting?
Yes. So Vicky, I'm sorry.
So no, it's fine. So we did the normal Gov delivery. We posted it on social media, but unfortunately, a lot of times it's hard to get people in the evening. It wasn't a virtual meeting. So it was an on-site meeting when we had the 21 folks. Yeah, it was in the evening. And then of course, my key didn't work to the building. So we were outside. It was a lovely evening.
And it's so problematic. Your key doesn't work to the building.
I know.
Because I know the site.
I know.
I'm concerned about administration.
If I reached in my purse and showed you the wad of keys that I carry with me, you wouldn't be surprised.
Right. Well, I guess my question is that as a the Little League itself, I've been on leagues before and all that stuff. So did the Little League itself reach out, like send an email to all of its families? Because that should have been quite a large group of all the baseball families, you know what I mean? And said, please participate in this. Do you know if that happened?
I cannot testify that happened. I worked with the president of the Little League.
Yeah.
Is who my communication was with.
Okay.
And I just recently had another on-site meeting out there when we were talking again about playground and that type of stuff. So we did another on-site meeting just to address some of their concerns again. So I have been meeting regularly with those organizations. And as we get through the CEQA document, when it comes to the construction documents, we'll talk more about, the look and feel of what features are going in. But we're just looking at generally what amenities are going into this site from this a level up here.
So there's an opportunity then to do that more with the families then
Mhm.
coming up. Okay, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I
At
think
this
that's a-
point,
it's
yeah.
important.
at this
is
point,
just
I believe
conceptual.
Yeah.
This is our first conceptual
level
look at it. And there's a lot of changes that
Yes.
could happen. Yep.
Okay, thank you for that.
Do we know of the people who attended the first public meeting? How many of them completed a survey? Because what I've seen in these things, people complete a survey and then they bow out because they think their inputs are in.
That's true.
And then you get the reclama. You get the people who are upset about something or coming forward. So for instance, the golf situation seems like it does several flip-flops in here, depending upon who the audience is. And
Yes.
so you have to look at where is the consistency of the voice of the community? And did we look at that? How many of them completed a survey?
And I didn't ask that question.
I
did
can go
not.
back and look and see at the sign-in sheets and
Yes.
see like what percentage of people attended throughout, but based on the large number of respondents to the survey and the smaller number who attended the follow-up meetings, I mean, I think the number of people who were participating all the way through is by just that fact limited.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, one of the things is that baseball park's been there for a long, long time,
Yeah.
especially when you're talking about my brothers and, you know, my grandkids and everything have been playing out there. So it's been going on for a long, long time. And I think my concern is the lack of interest in disc golf because Pioneer Park, it's busy. And so is the one down in Cameron Park. At
But-
Cameron Park Lake. So I'm just kind of concerned. Maybe there wasn't enough people there that were enthused about it.
Well, I think if we can continue with the presentation, you'll see as we go on, because it did evolve.
That's the kind of what
Okay.
Heidi was saying. It depends on the group that was there. the
Right.
interest
I
kind of-
totally
and
understand.
so,
I just-
Yeah. If you
Anyway.
build it, they will come kind of an attitude and that they're probably not the ones interested at
Yeah.
that moment in time when this one was. going
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
It happens. Yeah.
So we took our first conceptual design, got some feedback at that in-person meeting, and made some edits. So here you can see there's this kind of second draft design included the dog park, a smaller disc golf area with walking paths. There had been an interest in some asphalt, like paved multi-use trails, and then also the accessible playground, group picnic area. A pickleball court was added, and then some exercise equipment. And you can see that the accessible playground and group picnic area have always sort of been grouped near the baseball field, the existing ball field, to kind of keep those high intensity uses sort of together, and potentially also those noisier potentially uses together. So this was our design after the first meeting. And then in late July, we had a second outreach meeting. This was presented to the Park and Recreation Commission. There was a virtual meeting. We didn't actually have a sign-in sheet on this because it was the Park and Recreation Commission meeting, but there were 15 to 24 attendees. Obviously, with a virtual meeting, some people have multiple people signed in on one Zoom. And following this, after the discussion at this meeting, an ad hoc committee was developed with people who were really interested in this. So at this meeting, there was a very strong interest in the accessible playground, which has been fairly consistent throughout, wanting to move forward with this park development as soon as possible. Again, really being careful about retaining trees. That's been also a consistent message throughout. And here it came out through this that there wasn't really a lot of interest in having necessarily paved trails for walking, because there are existing trails around Fort Bay Park and people already use those just right across the street. We had some minor changes to kind of how the playground and group picnic area developed, again, in large relation to concerns about disturbing the neighbors. And we wanted to kind of keep those a little bit louder amenities, farther away. And then there was also a desire for some more smaller picnic tables that would be just like one family, small groups. Again, support for pickleball and basketball. And then there was discussion again about adding that pump track, maybe back in if it was feasible. And that was one of those things that then went to the ad hoc committee, and that kind of developed from there. And so at the ad hoc committee meeting, again, made some more changes. The dog park was moved to the west and really expanded. The basketball and pickleball courts were kind of moved to the north side of the ball field. And then in that discussion, it was decided they decided to take out the bike, not abandon the concept of the pump track, and then expanding the disc golf course due to its low cost, its ability to retain the trees, because it's much easier to work around things. So it's kind of a low impact thing, and that it's high popularity in the area. And then also the buffer distance and zone on the north and east sides were expanded between the park amenities and the neighbor. So we brought this plan back to.
Before you leave that, how
yes.
was the ad hoc committee formed? Was it based upon representation, the Little League, general committee members, neighbors? Was there a distribution of membership in the ad hoc committee, or was it people who are most vocal?
No, the Parks Commission appointed 2 commissioners to meet with the consultant and myself to bring back. It was directed.
Public membership?
Nope,
Okay.
it was directed by the commission. So they wanted us to bring back, because there was confusion at the meeting in July because they were hearing the public input, but they asked for the ad hoc group. And that's when we came back with this plan from the ad hoc group. And the commission approved it. And a lot of it was the concern about the bike park. The topography of this property drives a lot of what we're talking about, because to put the bike park in that area, the environmental analysis would have taken a lot more money and a lot more time.
Right.
The other concern is that Forbay Lake is across the street. They just finished, raising that dam level with federal money, Prop 184, which would have been, now we got to go through NEPA also for this. And the maintenance of it had concerns to me as the parks manager, because now maintenance of those bioswales and all of that is going to be so much more upkeep for a use that's really going to be seasonal, because it is under snow at periods of time. So the community really wants the trees. It's got that natural forest feel, and that's what I believe they want to retain. That's why we're not looking at adding lawn areas, turf areas, just the ball field that would remain. So the ad hoc committee felt that this was a good balance. And if in the future, I won't be here, they want to put a bike park in, nothing would have happened there. But disc golf is low impact. The community had also said, this isn't just a place for children. So we'd like to have other things that people can do. So multiple generations can do disc golf. Besides, the horseshoe pit will remain. The competitive horseshoes are there. That will remain. So there's a lot more activities for a lot of different varying age groups.
And there's a group that did a senior exercise equipment. We've got that. We've got people talking about, possibly adding more things on later. And as Vicky says, which I'm hearing from the community is, well, what if we want to add some things? So that's down the road. You can go through CEQA and have this conversation. Again, it's just conceptual at this point, and it's an initial start. But it was important, I think, and that's kind of where we got with the conversation with the public is, if we put too much on it right now, you're going to end up years of going through NEPA and CEQA, our 2 environmental programs, in order to get where you need to go. And it was looking at trying to balance that, the idea of getting the park started. So.
And the restrooms are number 1 priority,
Yeah.
no matter what, at any park, the
That's
restrooms, always.
I'm guessing that neither of the 2 ad hoc committee members are residents of the community. They live within the district adjacent to it, but not this community, right?
Yes, well, they live in Pollock Pine. So one of the members, one of them was Supervisor Novacell's District 5, and the other representative was District 3.
Okay.
Who are on the ad hoc
Adjacent to
committee.
the property they live.
They do not live adjacent that I'm aware of.
All right, good enough. Thank you.
All right. So following that development of the plan with the ad hoc committee and the members of the Park and Recreation Commission, we went back to the Park and Recreation Commission at a hybrid in-person and virtual meeting in August, one of their standard meetings, to present the plan that was shown on this slide. After some discussion, the commission did vote to approve the design as presented with the addition of an unpaved perimeter trail and planting in that residential buffer area. And there were a number of other more detailed design directions that were noted, and we have in the meeting summaries, which can be provided if you are interested, but are more applicable further on in the process when we start working on construction documents. And so after that, this is just to zoom in kind of the north and south halves of the park. So it's a little easier to see what's going on. You can see the bright green band is the planted buffer zone for screening around the residences on the north and east side. And then there was also kind of a tan perimeter trail around the developed areas that we've added in that would allow like a walking loop. So the final concept plan at this point includes a dog park, basketball and pickleball courts, of course, retaining the existing ball field, an accessible 2-stall restroom with more next to the more formal parking areas, a total of 18-hole disc golf course broken into 2 9-hole sections, an accessible playground and a group picnic area there in the center. Also adjacent to that would be the senior exercise equipment. And then a number of smaller picnic tables scattered around, so kind of the pink dots for smaller groups. In the south area, south of the existing horseshoe pit complex, and the access road would be the other half of the disc golf course. So nine holes there. And again, and that perimeter loop path that would be just an unpaved path. So those are the elements included in the landscape in the concept plan at this point. And our next steps after today. So if you approve the concept plan as requested, then we'll be starting preparation of the initial study and mitigated negative declaration. The technical studies for that were already completed as part of the initial planning in the spring. So we've already completed the biological resource assessment, the cultural assessment on the site, which was what was determined as being needed. And so we know that there are not any really limiting factors before we started the concept planning in relation to those resources. So we'll prepare that environmental document, develop a phasing plan based on available budget for phase 1 and community priorities. Obviously, I think we all know the bathroom is definitely going in phase 1, as are the exercise equipment, because that's a grant that's been received and that needs to go in. So there's certain elements that we know need to go in, and some of the other things will be based on funding and how that works out. And then that will be followed by preparation of the construction documents for phase 1, and then obviously construction. So that is the completion of my presentation, and Vicki and I are happy to answer any questions you have.
So we're going to use our buttons again. And we are going to start with Supervisor Novosel again, because this is in her district and her button isn't working. So
We'll go on.
there we go.
Thank you. Thank you. So I really appreciate this, and I appreciate all the work. And Vicki, I just want to kind of get your idea how you feel about this. There's been a lot of controversy on what should go in, what should go out. And I think what I'm trying to stress is we still are going into environmental. There's going to be plenty of opportunity for the public to have a conversation. I am concerned, that we're only getting 20 or 30, that we only had 20 or 30 people at these meetings. That's not on you. That's on, trying to get more of the community involved as we go through the environmental process to make sure that we are doing this the way the community wants, as you say. I think that's important. And so I just want to get your, Vicki, do you have a good understanding of where you think the community is on at this point in time?
I feel that this design is listening to a lot of the community, because I think we're getting the basics of what they want. I think the community wants a bathroom. The community wants a playground. We know that. The other thing I think that the community wants is a decent infrastructure. And that's what's going to take a lot of the funding that we have. But we don't have a decent parking lot at this site. We need to get decent parking. We need to get decent lighting. We need to make this site that's a lot more accessible and it's a lot safer. So they have had a lot of issues with homeless issues or people camping there because they think it's a campground because it looks natural and there's no parking lot. So I think that a lot of those amenities will be answered with this plan. I think by doing the amenities that we have in this environmental document, will we be able to put them all in right now? I'm not sure we will. I believe we'll be able to get the infrastructure, the playground, maybe the dog park. A lot of them are low impact. And that's what I think, that's what I've heard the community wants, are more low impact, keep it natural, keep the feel of our park. That's basically what I've heard from the community. We love our ball diamond. We love our park. The community center, it's actually, we call it the lodge. It's not really the community center. It's a very small facility, but it's one of the very important facilities at this park, because to me, it's one of the most important pieces of the park, because they do a lot of AA meetings and NA meetings. And that's so important to that community that they have that resource. And it's important to those people that have relied on that to get through. And they called through COVID so many times because they couldn't meet at that site. So I think that facility has a purpose too. Is it the community center? No, it's not large enough. But I think we've been able to meet everybody's needs with this plan by not making it so impact. I think if we came in here with what we had in the beginning, it was too much. It was just too overwhelming to the community.
I think there's a lot of, I still think that I appreciate what you're saying. I think there's a lot of desire to want to make a big, beautiful park some point in time. I think one of the biggest issues we have is the funding. And I'm concerned, I know we talked about, this is one of the first things that started 8 years ago, is we have another park, another property that we purchased that for the desire to put in a park. Then we realized that 23 acres in public lands was not going to work. So we're in the process of surplusing that, as I think you all know. Right. But I want to again make sure that everyone understands that the entire intent of that, although not in writing at this point, frankly, is that we take that money from that sale and we be able to use it for the park because it's within that community area. And it's an important part is we want to see some of these improvements that we just don't have the funding for, frankly. So I do think that there is a need, and if nothing else, like I said, parking lot would be nice, but make some improvements that we could do if we have that extra funding. And I don't know where, Don, maybe I hate to put you on the spot here, but I am.
Just do it.
Where are we on the surplus of that property? And I just want to make sure we have assurances that we're still going to use that money, because I know we don't have an earmark per se, but we've talked about using that money for this park.
Invest here.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you recall, a year or two ago, the state changed the rules on the Surplus Land Act that requires us for anytime a public sector jurisdiction declares land as surplus, we have to go through the state for approval, because and this is to scare people, it scares all of us, but they could take that land and use it for affordable housing.
Right.
We're working through that process right now.
And we did that for in Lake Tahoe.
Yes.
We took some surplus land for this conservancy that I chair, and that was great. It was a nice flat land and a nice, right in the middle of the community center. It was great. We don't have that in Pollock Pines, so I don't see that happening.
But I will, so I know we were working through that process. I'll get you all an update, and we can attach a brief memo to the Legistar item if it would help. So
Do we even have a
everyone's aware.
ballpark amount? Do we even have if we get to sell it?
I don't.
Yeah, we
not
don't
that
even
I
know that
I
yet.
don't know. I mean, we will be selling. It's just a matter of, well, I mean, I just don't see it going to surplus California, but
You never know.
yeah.
Yeah.
No.
But it is a process, so we're getting there slowly. So yeah, if you could attach something, that'd be
Absolutely.
great. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think that's all the questions I have.
That's
at
good
this
for you
point.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Thomas.
Yes, thanks so much for bringing this forward. Always excited to see these kind of community amenities expanded throughout our county. I guess a lot of my questions have been answered already, except for the landscaped buffer. Not recognizing that details are not worked out at this level, but what is conceptually that idea? And I guess I'm concerned about ongoing maintenance of that. What does that landscape buffer include? Roughly?
Right. Yeah. So it's kind of, we were envisioning, it's labeled and shown on the plans. It's like a 15-foot wide landscape buffer, really something with like a couple levels of shrubs of varying heights to help kind of visually screen, so that if you screen visual and sound a little bit, so that people aren't either looking into other people's backyards, or if you're in the backyard, you're not looking straight into the park and watching someone's picnic happen or something.
Got it.
So really that kind of levels of shrub planting with, of course, that'll have to be balanced with some fire safety. So it's kind of doing that in that way. It's not going to be a super dense area where people are going to hide. It's kind of balancing safety, fire safety, but creating that screening effect.
Okay, great. And I guess recognizing that being able to build a park and then being able to maintain it are two different things on ongoing sustainability. I guess my question is, do we need that kind of buffer around the whole perimeter, or is it more essential? Like I can see it up at the east side of it where a lot of the programming is. And I guess that's just my question.
And my response would be that again will be the details when we get to construction, because I'm going to say that some of the property owners didn't feel comfortable coming to the meeting. So I've had lots of phone calls and said, call me anytime. Some of their phone calls were, I love what the Fire Safe Council did because I get to see the lake now because there's a clearing. I don't want you to cover that up. So there are varying different opinions of what one homeowner wants versus another. So I think that again would have to be a happy medium between what do those homeowners prefer. Some had said we want a fence, but wait a minute, I don't want a fence that I can't see through. So you're like, okay, well, we'll have to figure this one out. But so I'm not sure what it will look like and will it be required? I know the one that did not want that buffer was down where the disc golf on the south end,
which is the natural part of the park
So
anyway.
we don't want to put something in that doesn't look natural, that doesn't look right. So I think, again, that will be a lot of more public input. I think once we get through the environmental documents to make it look like what they want it to look like.
All right, great. Thank you.
And just to add on, I think likely we did not include the landscape buffer along the road because we want to leave that open so it's easier to see into the park, especially at night if sheriff are making patrols and things like that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so you're talking about moving into the IS and you're presuming a mitigated negative deck based upon the preliminary studies you've done, and that may very well be the way it goes. But the things that I'm concerned with is when you make a nice place for people to go and they start recognizing the traffic goes up. So we have to be attentive to what is the traffic situation? Does there need to be an exit pocket lane so people can get off the roadway to turn? So that's part of it. Noise is generally second to traffic. What is the noise level? And that gets into the operational part of it, certain hours of operation, et cetera. Lighting is another sensitive thing. If you start adding additional lights to the surrounding neighbors, they aren't going to like any of that. But yet security is ultimately what we have to look at. And without lighting, I'm not sure security can be provided short of a fenced off facility. And nobody wants to see that with a park, right? So it's the balance of how you do all those things, maintain the security, et cetera. And then when it gets into the overall operation, the sustainability. And I would hope that we could find a group out in this area that's similar to the Diamond Springs Park would be willing to step up and work with the county on some kind of an agreement, a partnership, if you will, to do part of the administration, maintenance, whatever it is. Because ultimately, if the residents really were responsible for the maintenance of their park and the county did some oversight and provided some periodic support and stuff, to me, that's the best answer. You get local control, you get a revenue stream that has to, because otherwise the county may not find the funding in some given year. And then we know what happens going back to 2012, 2013, what happens with the funding, right? It disappears. And so we can't let that happen. We have to make sure there's a good plan for sustainability. I know Vicki knows all that. I've said it several times, but that's my biggest concern is how do we make sure that once this is done, that it's owned by the community basically and not the county, right? County has an administrative role, but then it's maintained and it's done well from the standpoint it's a safe, secure. People are generally happy with the net result. So it's a big obligation, but I think, it's definitely worth going after.
On this park, on this site, I think we've already got that. We're the foreigners in this operation.
Okay.
They own
Then
it.
maybe we got to get out of it entirely.
No, and I think they might like that. I honestly, many times I'm the import and they let me know that they have taken care of this park, the ball field. We haven't even charged fees for this park because haven't had a fee resolution. It comes to you next week. But before even going there, the AA group, they make sure they walk the park. They take care of garbage service for us. The Little League, because they weren't paying fees, they rented the porta potty. So they've already come forth and done those things with us because they want to own it. They want to be, but they need us to help facilitate that. Our grounds crew was wonderful and went up and helped fix the irrigation, but they mow it. We fixed the bleachers that were unsafe. We fixed the snack shack that was unsafe. So we've done that heavy lifting, but then we also step back. They call me when we've got 3 dead pine trees. We'll go take care of those. but we don't do a lot of maintenance up there because we're there when they need us. But I do stay arm's length because that's what that community wants.
It's really a
Understand.
partnership, and I think it's.
But is there a written agreement?
No,
That's where I was
there is
See,
gonna
not.
ask.
that's where I have
There
an
is not.
issue. Different people take over and things
Yeah.
change. So
Mhm.
I
we
think we're
need to
gonna need
codify
it.
this somehow in an MOU or
I think
something.
he's pretty good at figuring
Yeah.
that one out, though.
You know,
We
and
haven't-
we've talked about Adopt a Park before, and I can tell you that one of my failures, I haven't brought you that yet because it's another one on my list. So when we did Adopt a Trail, we talked about Adopt a Park, and we could do that. But this park, it's definitely the community's
Yes.
park.
Yeah.
So I've
But
been
just
very
to hand it over
careful.
to nonprofit, I think would be difficult because they need us too. You know,
Mhm.
we have the deep pockets, the ability to get some sustainable funding for them. That's important. And groups come and go, as we know, your kids age out, you're done. You know, it's so hand it over to a nonprofit makes me nervous because I've done that in Tahoe. Trust
Yeah.
me, that's a.
I
it's an
think
up
the
and down.
MOU in my mind is the right direction to
Yeah.
go with this, you know, to say perhaps county is going to take care of infrastructure, facilities,
Mhm.
maintenance, and
Figure it out.
then the organization that we have an agreement with will come in and do the daily operations and clean up and all that stuff. And
That's
When-
a- it's a
somewhere like
partnership.
that,
When we
that
took
would work
this,
out well.
when we took the park over, there was a nonprofit that was running it. When we took it over, they were delinquent on the water bills to EID, which
Wow.
that's what made it difficult. They couldn't afford the water increases. So it made sense that the county, when we took over, of course, we caught up the bills and we have that. They didn't have that stream to be able to afford those bills. But it's been a great partnership, and by not adding a bunch of turf and landscape material
Keep the cost
and
down.
that,
Yeah.
I think it's a manageable park.
No, I agree it, but you have to proceed cautiously because the
I agree.
vision is always grander than what you can afford in the end. So.
I agree.
Yeah, and the maintenance.
I agree.
Very good. You good? Okay, then Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, the only thing that concerns, as John was bringing it up, is infrastructure, traffic and parking is one of the biggest things, and noise, because I get a lot of complaints from the pickleball courts down in Cameron Park. The noise level is very extreme, so we got to make sure that we have adequate buffer zones to be, to protect the residents around that area, because that's where the noise is really going to
Well,
come
that's what
from.
that's
Yeah.
what our
Yeah.
environmental process will bring
Right.
out. People,
Right.
it's all about looking at traffic
All
and
those
traffic
elements,
counts and
yeah.
all that,
Yep.
that'll be a part of it. And I think as we spoke about this last month, I believe, at one of the other parks
Yeah.
of how, maybe you stop the lighting at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
All group activities at 9 o'clock, whatever it takes, but that's all a part of the details here that will be flushing out as we move forward.
And we're not looking to add any lights to the ball fields or any of that. We're not looking to light any of that. And we did have Department of Transportation out there with us. So we have been out there in regards to the roads because we wanted to know if there were any accidents and about a crosswalk, because across the street is Forebay Lake and they do have a walking path around that. So we wanted to be sure, has there been accidents? And they don't have a record of them. So we have done that research. And also I wanted to mention, if you look at where the pickleball court is now, in the second design, it was over closer to the residents, over by the playground. And if you look at the last one, it's moved over where the dog park used to be, and it's farther away from where neighbors were. So that change had happened too, being concerned about the neighbors.
Well, I think that's a big thing, because Heritage Park, they just got that new park built down there. And it's a senior community, and they're already complaining about the pickleball noise that's down there around
And what's
Heritage, so.
your park out at Pioneer Park,
Mhm.
the Frisbee golf
Yeah.
and the pickleball it's huge. That park has come alive
It
since
has.
they took the basketball court and put two pickleball courts in. They are there every day. And I know Dave Johnson from Air Pollution is there every weekend, as he tells me. So it's become extremely popular. And we've had a basketball court there that didn't get used much. That's now, it's in use all the time.
Right, right.
So
Which
it's
is a
amazing.
good thing, but there's nothing around that area. So that's what's
Agreed.
kind of
There's a
nice. So
difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
big
That-
difference, yeah.
Pickleball is.
Agreed.
serious, by the
Yeah, it's a big
way.
thing right now,
At
and
least with my
especially,
group.
and because they have a lot of pickleball tournaments, and traffic and parking is the big thing. It really is.
Yeah, it's something, you just, again, work that out with their MOUs
Yeah.
and all.
Yeah. Okay, then I have a list. Are you ready? Yes. I always wait to go last. So I know you know the answer because I asked on yesterday, but I did go up to the park. because I think I've said it many times, very fond of Four-Bay Park. My family, I cannot tell you how many hours I've spent there, you guys, growing up. Both of my little brothers and my sister, my dad was a coach. He was the president of the league. I kept score, worked the snack bar. We spent just so many hours up there as a family. And so it is a really special park. If you haven't been there, it's amazing when people would come to play, they would go, God, we drove all this way. And then this beautiful, it's just a gem. So I'm really appreciate that the community spoke to keeping that natural setting. It's really important. But when I did go there on Saturday, because I was in Public Pines on Saturday, almost every single tree there had about this big of a white dot on it. And my husband went, they're not tearing those down, are they? And I said, oh no, but I don't know what it is. So if you could explain it just so it's on the record.
Yeah, so the white dot is just used by the survey crew. We had a topographic survey done so that we had a good base map to get started on. And so they just, when they survey the tree, they spray it with a white dot so they know that they've already looked at it and marked its location.
Perfect, because almost every tree was marked. And I went, there's no way they're cutting those down.
That's a good point, because when Liberty Energy up in Tahoe comes by and marks white, it means they're taking the tree down.
Exactly.
So
I
I would try another color.
Yeah, well, I just yeah, it was kind of like, I went, no, there's no way. But Sam was going, you better find out. And so
No,
anyway,
it's
so
good.
now we all know. Thank you for that. And it was great to see almost every tree was marked. So they did a good job on their survey. I share the concerns about bringing more uses in the management and, just when you bring more people, you bring more opportunity for conflicts. And I know Cameron Park CSD for quite a while, I think it's chilled out now, but their dog park was quite contentious when it first opened. I know people that won't go there anymore. So there is going to be some kind of a management need. You can almost guarantee it with the increased uses. So we just need to be thinking about that. Because unfortunately, not everybody has good manners and not everybody's respectful of others. So it's just the world we're in. And if we're going to do this, we need to be mindful of that and forward thinking. So I appreciate, and I like the MOU idea, honestly. I think that's a really smart thing to get something in writing about who's taking care of what. Then there's no, then it's clear. When I looked at this, and this is my brain, so I think maybe as you move forward, because you're going to look at more options and get more community input, correct?
Through the environmental process.
Okay. So in my mind, when I looked at this, and I don't know if you want to pick the map back up, Kim. It's no worries. I know this is riveting. But if you wanted to bring the conceptual drawing back up, I gave Kim something to do to get away.
At the end of the day, it's fine.
But so where the field is, and then the bleachers are, I guess south if you're looking at it, underneath that little sign that says accessible 2-stall restroom. And then in this drawing, the proposed playgrounds are behind the bleachers. And I get it. I saw there was a comment because there was a concern about foul balls. But in my mind, as a mom and someone that's been at this park when my little brother and sister were there, they always played in the dirt or on the bottom of the bleachers where we could keep an eye on them. So my concern is is it really the best idea to put the playground for the small children behind where a mom, if she's there to watch her older kid play in the game, and she needs to keep an eye on her kid, is it best to have it back there? Because I did go on Google because I couldn't drive there in person. I looked at Rotary Park that we have in Placerville, and the playground structure is kind of like off the bleachers like this. So if the mom and the family's there watching their kids on the playground, because we kind of want them to do that, she can still see the baseball field at the same time. And I mentioned that to my husband, we were standing there, and he said, the only concern would be foul balls. And I think you can mitigate that with netting or caging or something. So it's just something to keep in mind when you're a mom having to watch or wanting to watch your kid playing, and you got a little one that wants to be on the play structure. It's just a thing to think about. And I do remember my little brother and sister playing in the dirt and the mud down there below, so we could keep an eye on them, and they bring their Tonkas and all that. So, and my brother was really, I'm going to embarrass him. He was good at begging the people in the bleachers for candy. It was so embarrassing. I was always mortified. I was a teenager at the time. So, so that was one concern or thought I had of maybe moving things. And then the other one, I'm really concerned about that pickleball basketball court over there where it is. It's just the noise is, and I keep hearing from people that pickleball is really noisy. So that might be our noisiest thing. New option, new amenity. And it's over there kind of near some houses. And 90-foot buffer or whatever buffer, sounds great. But if you think about it, it's not even as far as a football field. And if this is a really truly noisy thing with tournaments and stuff, I'm not sure that's the best location. And two, it's also kind of, at least the way I see it, it's kind of an isolated area where I'm just concerned about potential people hanging out there that shouldn't be at wrong hours. So I'm not sure if there's a better place that it could potentially go that's further away from the residents, if it's truly gonna be noisy. And maybe it could be over, the next slide has the
dog park up there.
Yeah, or, I was looking at, see how the entryway kind of comes in off of Fourbeck entryway. Could it be down there-ish? So that's really far from the neighbors, and that's a very hilly or.
That's the problem, is the topography of this.
This is a challenging
So-
site.
And maybe it needs to be completely eliminated, because the problem is, we don't want to inundate this site, but the topography, if we start doing a lot of grading, which is what we found with that 26 acres, once you start doing a lot of grading and you've got a lot of retaining walls, there's your costs. Now your retaining walls are too high.
And your environmental
And your
studies.
environmental studies. So we were trying to stay away from that. We also had the playground there because of wanting it to be all inclusive. Now, the farther you get it away from the parking lot, now that's the farther that you
Yeah.
have to try to get those people. So we were trying to find that balance. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Being a grandma watching it too, and I stand and watch like this.
Yeah.
So I get it, but that's the reasons for what we're at where we are is the topography. And so we don't have so many terraced areas.
Yeah.
But if the pickleball ends up not being it, maybe that's not where it is. Maybe that's where the dog park needs to go. The other thing is when we do dog parks, such as we've been working at the one up at Jakeway too, I try to involve animal control. So before we get into this, Henry will look at this too, because I always get his input as to what do I need to do? What am I doing wrong? Because animal control is going to get the calls when there's problems with
Right.
dogs. So I can never work in a vacuum with parks. That's why I'll talk with DOT. I'll talk with Henry from animal control so that we get all of their input, because what I put in is going to impact their workload. So we do try to branch out to the other departments and divisions that we get involved with. But maybe the pickleball is not the amenity that needs to be there. I understand exactly what you're saying, but they're where they are because of the topography.
Vicky, how many pickleball courts do you have?
Just two, I think. I believe it was a full-size basketball court.
And 2 pickleball courts.
Because pickleball courts are relatively small. I mean, I know of other parks, they have 2 over here and 2 over there. They split it up for that reason, and because you need a flat surface and maybe it's not in a flat area. Just something to think about also.
Yeah.
Well,
Grass splitting
another
up.
thing to think about is bocce ball. Bocce ball is a big upcoming thing too, and it's not noisy. So,
Some communities.
and it's really big in El Dorado Hills. I know there's I played in a
And it's not
bocce ball
noisy?
tournament and it's not
It
noisy.
depends on
The people are noisy,
participants.
but it doesn't make them, anyway. So it's something to really
But it
think
is
about
fun.
too.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is
Not
fun,
the 4th of
so.
July fireworks? No.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
okay, so these are the kinds of things that are going to be explored in the environmental document, and then there'll be opportunity for more
And
public
and
input.
this is the opportunity for you to say, if you want us to take that pickleball court out, we would take it out and it would not be in the analysis. It would not be in the project description.
I would personally rather you just look at other options.
Me
if you
too.
Yeah.
Move it.
It's such a popular.
The
sport.
community's saying
Okay.
it's a popular thing to
Yeah.
put in. I think you just find a way to accommodate that to the best. of
Figure
your
out
ability.
how to
Maybe this
move
is
them
it.
around.
Then you got to look at the risk factors associated with it, but
Yeah.
there's no ideal setting when you got a lot of hilly terrain.
Mhm.
You have to
Yeah.
terrace
Yeah.
things.
It's
and
very
that's-
Exactly. And the impacts, because we're talking about maintenance. I'm always looking at maintenance, and you know me in drainage with the Rubicon. So I'm constantly looking at where is it going to go? And I
Yeah.
worry about that lake next door. So
Yeah.
I've really tried to make sure we're not doing things that are going to impact the environment and cause us a lot of issues.
Yeah, and again, I'd like to hear the public's comments on some of this too, before we get
Yes.
too much in the weeds here.
Yeah. Okay, with that, then I think we're good for the moment. You guys ready for some public comment?
Sure.
You ready, Meredith?
Now taking public comment on item number 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Francesca Duchamp, Polly Pines. I have a big history with this park. My grandson played there. I have more grandkids that are growing up and they'll play there. And my grandson's 20 and his friends are now having kids and they're going to play there. Years ago, and I did make a notice that on page 2, I have hundreds of emails that I've been going through. And it was primarily to see what CDAC was talking about with the park. Because again, the community over there doesn't want these additions. This has been this hidden jewel forever. People come up to play games there. It gets under snow and ice and we would play at other places. We didn't bother anybody. We got along with the neighbors. Some of their fences are really high because again, these are little people and the ball goes over. They would come out and do barbecues and stuff with us. But before I start that, I would like to say thank you to some people. Clay, what a nice person. Kim, wonderful. And Miss Sanders, not only was she good about answering my phone, but through these emails, I understood how hard she worked to work with all these different groups. She reminded people of the Brown Act. She reminded people you can't do that. The only people that can decide is the boss. And I think that got lost in the public. And so, I give an example. There was no contract with the county. There was a wish list. This wish list was even posted in the Mountain Democrat where, CDAP says, well, they basically are doing this. And Sanders comes back and now this is a recommendation. Only the boss can decide. So it really bothered me to see a thermometer of $70,000 one day. Our place up there is going to be known as the people that lie on grants. This is not the first park where Mr. Turnbow had brought up. There was a group of people way back when this park's over 50 years old that wanted to do something for kids. We've always taken care of our kids. They came up with the field. They wanted swimming. They wanted tennis courts. They wanted it all in the same area. And it'll even say in the history books, it wasn't feasible. Most of that is on lava cap. It's sloped and everything's going to go down there. And that's why it stopped with the Little League field. I was told they even had to blast where the pitcher's mound is and bring in dirt. And that's where you're getting it. So you have this beautiful little park that we've always gotten along with. Nobody's advertised it because then you have a lot of strangers next to children. I don't even get that. So moving right around the survey of 170 something people, is my time up? That was open to the whole El Dorado County, the whole county. So that means nothing in my mind. The other survey was 18 people, means nothing. People are afraid of commissioners and people on boards and stuff. And I keep telling them they have no power. The boss has the power. They are supposed to take something, investigate it, and then present it to the boss. A lot of jumping of the gun on this, a lot of destruction. And thank you.
Thank you, Fran.
All right, and I'm leaving because I'm in pain. So whatever you decide, talk to the neighbors. They don't want.
You can watch this on video.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Mayo. I'm a resident of Pollock Pines. I became involved in this playground about 3 years ago when I first read about it on a local Facebook post. Since moving to Pollock Pines some 14 years ago, I was concerned that there wasn't a place in town where kids could go and enjoy the outdoors and be able to socialize with their peers. Our kids have very few options for recreation and socialization. We are a small rural community with little to no resources for them or for adults. Sure, we have a beautiful lake, but it's not something that is accessed on a regular basis. We have many hiking trails, but again, not something that is assessed on a regular basis. For the most part, our kids come home from school, turn on their TV or a video game, or worse yet, TikTok and Instagram, where they are inundated with a false view of our world and our society. They don't get any exercise and they are isolated from their peers. What will this do to them when they're real older and have to get out into the real world? I believe if we look at the horrific news being reported throughout our country, we can see the ramifications of this isolation. When I read that the dream had expanded beyond the playground, I was hooked. This is exactly what we need here and needed for many years. A park with something for everyone, playground structures for 2 to 12-year-olds, a basketball court and pickleball courts for teens and adults, a disc golf course for everyone to enjoy, a dog park for our furry friends to run around and get tired before they go home, and a senior citizen fitness zone for people like me to get much needed exercise without paying for a gym membership. It will also provide a place for rest and relaxation, nature walks, a tranquil place for families to gather and have picnics while enjoying some much needed family time. Those of us who have poured countless hours into this effort also saw the need for a playground piece to be all inclusive for our children of all abilities. For me personally, it's about kids like my beautiful 14-year-old granddaughter who has cerebral palsy and is confined to a wheelchair. Even though she lives in Alaska and will never get to enjoy this dream playground, I know firsthand how important it is for a kid to be a kid, unimpaired by any physical, mental, or emotional disadvantage, a place where he or she can interact with his or her peers no matter their abilities, instead of sitting on the outside looking in and feeling ostracized for being different. A lot of Pollock residents, mostly senior citizens, felt the same way as I did and have worked really hard at clearing the overground parkland to make it fire-safe, coordinating and working many fundraisers and writing grants to help make this dream come true. We have always been aware that the parkland is county property, and we are all cognizant of the rules, regulations, and policies that must be followed according to various county, state, and federal laws. Your support for this dream to become a reality, along with the necessary funding that has been secured by our volunteers and with the cooperation of CDAP, our local nonprofit, and the county parks manager who has procured large grants earmarked for recreation, is the final hurdle for the process to continue.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Marnie Doyle Hyrup, and I'm here today with my son, McKellen, back here. We came to support accessible playgrounds in El Dorado County. And I had just heard about this 4-bay park, went up there to look around. It is beautiful. So I heard about their plan. I saw the plan for the accessible playground, and I was so excited because growing up, I have 3 children. My son McKellen never had a place to play here. So I would drive him all the way down to Sacramento. Southside Park had the first accessible playground with rubberized mats, places where you could roll a wheelchair in, and they had ramps into the play equipment. It was so wonderful. So I would drive all the way down there just for him to play. And then finally Folsom brought in an accessible playground. So we would go there. And I can tell you that it's so important for the kids to play together. A lot of times kids with disabilities, they don't really have much to do. They don't have any place to go. And just having the kids mix, the regular kids with disabilities, I have great stories because McKellen would roll around in the playground and all the kids would come around to say, well, who is this? And what are you doing? And what were you born with wheels? They didn't understand. But once we would explain McKellen's cerebral palsy to them, that he was just born that way. Well, they would just say, oh, okay. And then they would get on to play. And then there would be McKellen, chasing after the kids, rolling after them, and they would be chasing him. And it was just a really good time. And it was so important. And I was so hopeful that we would have something all these years in our county so that parents don't have to drive too far to, just for their kids to have an opportunity to play. I would also let you know that I run the Challenger baseball program for California District 54 Little League. So I know about Snowline Little League. The Challenger program for District 54 takes kids from all over. So I can tell you right now, we have a lot of kids with disabilities in El Dorado County, and they're playing in my Challenger Baseball League. So I would know that, I would tell everybody that there is this opportunity and the families would come, even they would drive to Pollock Pines. They would drive to this beautiful place to play. So I hope somewhere in the county, we can someday get an accessible playground. And I would ask you to please put emphasis on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Marnie.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Ginger Swigert, and I've been a resident of Pollock Pines for nearly 30 years. And the whole time I've been there, we've been talking about wanting a community park, literally that long, as you've heard. It's so exciting to be here today, to be in front of you, to discuss this dream that now can be a reality that's almost there. And I also want to thank Vicki Sanders and all of the Park and Rec commissioners who have provided us with so much guidance and commitment to see this dream come true. And you've heard that from Vicki as the questions are being asked. And so she's really, there's been a process here to help us get to this point, to have even a diagram to show you what we wanted. So that's exciting to create this park. There are numerous nonprofits and businesses who have been supporting the effort for many years. And the whole community, I know we've talked about how many community people are involved. And of course, we always can do better outreach. That's always a number one concept for all of us. But when I think of all of the numerous meetings I've been at, even just picking a contract, just so many, the numerous meetings I've gone to and seeing many different types of people there and different parts from the community, and the fundraisers that's already been going on. We've had dinners and golf tournaments. And so you see the commitment from the community, or they wouldn't have been participating in these fundraisers. And then one of the most beautiful things for me was to seeing the people who came out of all ages when we were clearing the park. This is way before all of this. And so, you know, there were children there as young as 4 years old, picking up debris and putting it into the garbage cans. And then I personally have neighbors who are in their 80s who actually came. And one of them actually drove his tractor on the road. I live off of Thor Bay, and to be there that day. And they know the businesses have supported this. When you go to the days we've been clearing the park and you see bulldozers and tractors and all of their equipment there, it's so impressive. You know that this is it. You know, we need this. And it really helps me to know that the park is, it's going to happen. I just feel it in my bones, down to my toes. I'm personally a member of the Pollock Pines Community Rotary and have years. We supported this project from the beginning and will continue to, however it develops. And it's not just our community who needs this park. All of El Dorado County needs this park. You just can't have enough parks for everyone to play in. And play is so important for all of us, no matter what your age. Thank you. Thank you for your
Ginger.
support.
Great to see you.
Hi, I'm Ken Harper. I'm a member of CDAP, live in Pollock Pines. I've only been there 20 years. So Ginger, you have me beat by a lot. Okay, a couple of things. First of all, anytime the Pollock Pines playground people have wanted to do anything at the park, we've consulted with the Little Leaguers and the Horseshoe people. And we've had a pretty good relationship with them because we know they've been there a long time and they have a great facility. When I played Little League, I lived out in the desert and we played on sand or in cow pastures. And these guys have done a great job and we wanted to respect what they've done up there. And I think we have a very good relationship with them. As far as the park itself goes, who doesn't want kids to have a park, especially kids, but also grownups? And there just isn't anything up there. There are some parks that are in homeowners associations, but they're very small. And homeowners associations and churches are very concerned about liability. And they're also off in places. I'm not even sure I could get to two of them right now. I know they exist, but I'm not sure I could get to them because I don't remember. I've only been there once. So we really do need this park. And I hope you'll support it. We've been behind, like I said, the Pollock Pines playground people have raised money. I know the public up there is speaking with their pocketbooks. We've had fundraisers, they've provided the money. So even though they might not be showing up at these meetings, I think we all know that there are reasons you can't attend a meeting now and then. It might be because your schedule just doesn't fit. But like I said, they're speaking with their pocketbooks. So again, if you look at that, and if you look at the need to just make sure that the people up there have their children, a place for their children, their grandchildren, nieces and nephews, there are a lot of kids that really need this facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Curran. I've been a Pollock Pines resident for some 33 years. Pollock Pines has no public park for the children and certainly nothing for the disabled children. The proposed park would be the first and only park in Pollock and the first only in El Dorado County for the children that are disabled and have special needs. And the park may also bring in visitors from surrounding communities. And in turn, it may also bring in revenue to the county too. I wasn't happy that the bike trail was left out of the program, but we could always revisit that at a later date. And the walking trail, I'd like to see one included because I don't believe that the trail around Forebay Lake is ADA compliant, and we would be. You addressed issues about safety. I think the entrance to and from the park needs to be addressed because it's blind when you're leaving. We have a speeding issue. We probably should visit a turn lane and emerging lane or move the entrance up by the lodge at Gale Drive with maybe a stop sign on Forebay to slow them down and a crosswalk. And please do vote yes on the park and let's get it going, and we can always amend our plans later on as things come and go. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Good afternoon, Laurel Brown Baum, CEO El Dorado County Chamber, and also CEO of our Economic Development Corporation of El Dorado County. So I'm going to represent both of our groups this afternoon in support of this project. We have supported the plethora of projects that Vicki has very proudly brought forward and that she has in her quiver right now. So we're really excited for that and for her dedication to bringing these amenities up to standards that our whole community can enjoy. So we are here just to testify in support of the project, and we all know devil's in the details. But if there's anybody that can take the devil out, it's Vicki. So thank you.
Thank you,
That's a
Laurel.
quote of the day.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else? Don't dilly-dally. Come on, guys.
Thank you. I didn't really come prepared today to say anything, but I can say I'm a resident on Romer Boulevard and therefore one of the neighbors. And my wife and I fully embrace this whole notion of the park. We have grandkids, large family that come to visit, and we have no place to take them other than to the baseball fields and let them run around. And so I think all of the things that are going to go into this park just helps to enhance the overall environment and the value of our community as well too. So I really am in full support, and I know a number of my neighbors on Romer are also in full support as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants.
I have one more.
Sorry.
Okay, take your time, Jeannie.
Yeah, no, I don't want to fall. Could you take this one, please? Hi, and good afternoon, and thank you, Vicki, for everything you and the commission has done. I am Jeannie Harper, and I am representing the Pollock Pines Playground people. My husband, Ken. I asked myself this morning, if I were in your seats, what important piece of information might you now need or want in order to affect your respected vote today regarding our public playground in Pollock Pines? I would hope that your first consideration would be about the healthy consequences of having an outdoor recreational area for all ages and all abilities. Pollock Pines has been waiting for decades for this kind of welcoming location for family gatherings. This, of course, would imply an improved social ambiance and opportunity for our disabled youngsters and even our aging oldsters. I would think that your next consideration would probably be about the expense of an all ages, all abilities playground. As we found out, it ain't cheap. Yet I think you would be impressed with the numbers of community people that have rallied to help the county by the enormous fundraising events that have already been held by the PPPP to the tune of $70,000. Our next one is on June 3rd, the public playground golf fundraiser, which we had to postpone because of the mosquito fire and smoke. I think along with that, you'd be interested in knowing how important this is to the folks that live in Pollock Pines and how active they've been in clearing away trees and maintaining the playground. With regard to the rest of the park area that you've been hearing about this morning, I think you'd be very interested in knowing that there are two organizations up there that are also doing the fire fuel reduction in that very area. We've been doing that now for several years. When that property was purchased by the county for the people of Pollock Pines, we wrapped our arms around it and became so protective of it and have already begun using it for events like Earth Day, Playground Safety Day, National Night Out. And by the way, we're getting money not just from the county, as my husband said, we get some from the county, from the community. We get it from all over the United States, even from Macy Grace's Playground Safety Group. Lastly, the last question that I think you might be asking is, how does this improve the community? Well, there's a lot of answers, but when you consider an 1850s, all ages, all abilities themed park, that's going to bring visitors. It's going to bring income. I consider this to be an economic development as well as a social and emotional playground. I thank you very much. Security has already begun to be provided by EDSO. Want you to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Anyone else in the room? I think we got everybody.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
Zoom is crazy today. What the?
Is it working?
I know, now I'm starting to wonder if it is. Okay, great comments. Thank you. Does the board have any further comments or questions based on what we heard from the public? Anything?
Well, I just want to say, I want to thank everybody for coming here because, I do feel playgrounds are a critical part, play a critical role in the health and well-being of our children and families and seniors. I think adding more recreation to our county is just a plus for everybody. So I'm very, very excited about this. And as we move forward, I just want to make sure we do stay involved, keep the community involved in the process, because there can be changes. And for whatever you are most wanting to see in the park, there may be changes that you like or don't like. But the bottom line is we're going to get an improved park. And that's very, very exciting. I'm very excited that we can move forward on this. And, again, as we move forward, just remember that it's a moving target here as far as understanding the specifics, the devils is and the details. And, we don't have devils. So that's a good one. Thank you, Vicki.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so I had the privilege of serving on the El Dorado County Parks and Recreation Commission about 2016. Vicki invited me out to see this park, to tour everything. We walked the whole property, basically. I got a real good feel for this jewel, this gem that just hasn't quite come to maturity. but I also recognize the need to keep it community-based and not a large attraction for out-of-area people, but they're welcome, right? But you don't necessarily want to put the flags up and say, hey, everybody come here and cause congestion or whatever. So I think this is a major step forward. I do want to emphasize input I got from Jim Wassner, since he's on our Commission on Aging, of the need to make sure that we include senior exercising type facilities, which I think are in the plan as I saw it. Yep. And then he was also talking about a wider, safer walking paths, because a 2-foot walking path for senior, particularly if you're using a walker or something, it's, you got to go 3 feet or more. 4 feet desirable, that sort of things, and people could pass. But I think ultimately those are the details. But I think I'm reassured by what I've seen, that there is a serious consideration of the senior needs in this community, as well as the youth and everybody in between. So I'm very pleased to see the presentation.
Very good. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing. I know I had a few concerns, but this has been need to be coming for a long time. I mean, people have to drive a long distance to even enjoy a park. So, and Pollock Pines has been needing this park for a long time. And there's a lot of history in this park, especially when I was coaching Little League up there with my brother Melvin and his kids. And so, like I say, I think it's a great thing. I just had a few concerns, especially on the noise of the pickleball. But bocce ball is another thing seniors would enjoy. Trust me, they play it all the time. So that's something maybe we can consider too. So anyway, great presentation.
Thank you. Supervisor Thomas.
Look forward to this moving forward. Vicki, thank you for all your hard work on it, as well as the Pollock Pines community for coming together to envision new possibilities in this park, recognizing and honoring the gem that it is and what it has been, and as well as inviting in new possibilities. And I think it's very timely, given the recent community health needs assessment that we looked at, recognizing our families are hurting. They're hurting with, mental health issues. They're hurting with being disconnected over the past, couple of years. And a park is a perfect place to come together and to play and to invite new connections within the community and to give our children healthy options rather than TikTok and all the other influences that are assaulting them. So look forward to seeing how this blesses the community.
Very good. I'm going to kind of go a little different direction. And I want to remind everybody, the board's already allocated money to do this. This is just the part of coming up with what we're going to do. So we already support this project. There's no doubt about it. It is the devil in the details. And I appreciate that there's still going to be more opportunity to flesh these things out. But I want to, so I grew up in Pollock Pines and we didn't have the park. And I think I'm okay. I don't know. It depends on who you talk to. But we used to go to the schools for playgrounds. And I'm really concerned that it feels like our schools aren't partners anymore with the public. It feels like things have really changed there. And I'm just really saddened every time we talk about a park and the community says, well, we can't go on our school campus and enjoy the amenities there. And I don't know what to say about that, other than I find it very concerning and disappointing, because that was my safe refuge growing up in Pollock Pines, was the school playground. And I just don't get it, which then brings me to my other point, and I'm going to put the CIO on a little bit of a spot, but he isn't care, he's on his way out anymore. But with the schools not letting families use the facilities anymore, it's putting more of a burden, I think, on the county, is what we're noticing in the past year or two, with the parks requests, throughout the county. And that's not really what counties are formed to do. There's CSDs, there's rec districts and stuff. So this is growing. And do you see a change at the county level of how we're going to have to do this and address that need, or how are we going to do this as the years move on? Because it seems to be growing. Yeah,
you're asking for me to pull out a crystal ball.
Yeah.
But I think in my view, and I haven't talked to Vicki about this at all, I think if you look down the next 10 to 20 years, this county is going to have to decide, are we going to get into active parks programs and managing parks programs and services? Because I don't see communities like Pioneer or Pollock, Diamond Springs may be a little different, but creating parks districts or special districts, not anymore. And that means it's gonna fall on the county to provide these services. And are we going to just keep things like HLP, which is great for its need, or are we going to start managing programs? And I think we need to start thinking about that. It's not gonna happen next year,
No.
2 years from now, but 10 to 20 years, I think
I'm definitely feeling it
Yeah.
though, this shift. And especially when I keep hearing it, every meeting we have about a park, people go, well, we can't go on our school playground. And I go, oh my God, that's where I grew up, and so over and over, and it's shifting things. And so I do feel the burden's falling on the county more. And then, I mean, I have to, I have Georgetown though, a very remote community, but decades ago, for whatever reason, the folks up there, and maybe because they are so remote, they created their own rec district and they have their own parks. So it can be done, but again, that was done decades ago. So it's just something that I wanted to bring up as things move forward. We are going to have to keep thinking about that. It's just a shift of who's responsible for parks and recreation,
Can I piggyback on that?
Yeah.
I know our El Dorado Hills Community Services District has joint use agreements with the schools. And that provides the security, the coordination. Maybe it's time for the county to consider being that agent that works with the school districts on a joint use agreement to open up some of those parks and stuff and playgrounds for the kids with the security element there. Because I think that's the biggest concern, is making sure the kids are secure. And then the other part is vandalism, right?
Yep.
And that means
Schools have changed.
cameras
Yeah.
and other things to really monitor what's going on anymore, because you can't have enough law enforcement out, patrolling. You just have to rely on other means. But maybe it's time to consider that as part of our strategic planning for parks and recreation, to step up into that role. The last thing I'd like to add, just before I forget, is the El Dorado Hills Community Services District is in the process of building a Bass Lake Regional Park, and that will be all access. There'll be provisions there, and they've got plans laid out and stuff, and those are on their website. So if you'd like to go and visit that, that's within El Dorado County, thank goodness, right? Finally getting something. It's probably going to be a little bit ahead of this one, but I can't guarantee that either, because again, it's funding constrained when they do what. But I think the need for that all accessibility playground structure is a very high priority with them. So that's probably one of the first things that goes in. So just as a heads up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
one
so-
of the biggest
oh,
concerns
sorry.
too is
Go ahead, George.
playing softball. I played softball for years, and the biggest thing is we used to use a lot of the schools to practice on their fields and stuff, and it's not allowed anymore.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is because of people and vandalism and abusive and people drinking and stuff like that. They actually created a problem, and that's one of the big reasons why the schools don't want people doing that
That is
anymore.
something we
It's a
can
change
explore.
society. It's a change in our society. Unfortunately, like Lake Tahoe, we had kids that did donuts on our grass, so we had to gate up the grass area. I
Right.
mean, it's so sad. And it's just, it's a reflection on things that we need to change in our society. And I hate to put Vicky on the spot on talking about how we get there, but for a greater conversation at some point, it
Yeah.
should be, what can you do to work with the schools? Because that's their issue, is they have a lot of liability. They
Right.
just don't have the
Yeah,
ability
exactly.
to keep up with it.
And so I'm being reminded, Vicky, just, the CAO is reminding me to stay on this topic, but
Not
we
get
are
off, right?
mindful of parks as a whole. And I think it's all on all of our brains. So, yeah.
I think 20 years ago, we did do that as a county. We invested in the ball fields in Camino. We put the playground in at Sutter's Mill School. That's what we did as a county with our Parks Department. That has gone away. Times have changed. What I hear from the little leagues and the soccer fields is that the fields are in use by the schools competitive, by their leagues, by their teams. They're not available because populations have grown so much. It doesn't mean we can't revisit that. I think it would make sense, but we also have an opening with Motherlode School District that's wanting to partner with us on Diamond Springs Park. There's our opening for where we're getting back in with the schools. So maybe that can lead to future conversations
Yeah.
with other school
Right,
districts.
that's a good idea.
It's never too
especially
late to revisit the
Timberlake.
past.
Little
Yeah.
League Park.
Pilot project.
And then-
Kind of getting back on track.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to move that we approve the conceptual design for Four Bay Park and direct staff to proceed with environmental review process and with developing a phasing plan and constructions document based on available funding and the community priorities and implementing the park improvements.
Very good. I'd like to second this one.
Thank you.
All right. With that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Build a park.
Yeah. All right, we'll give you guys a minute to clear the room because then we're gonna talk some more business and it's really boring. So We don't want to talk over you. It's like that transition moment. You guys ready for your to and from?
Yep.
Everyone got
Yep,
ready?
yep.
We'll give these guys a second.
It'll be short. It's only a week.
I don't know, man. I pack a lot in a week. Kidding.
I'm only getting to the top level stuff. I'm not talking about all the meetings.
No, but stuff that you guys need to know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's a lot of that. There we go. All right, we can get started. So we will move on to our to and froms. Yes. You ready, Kim?
No.
What? That was so awesome. We're so riveting. Let's see. So, okay, who wants to start?
John?
I'll go. Yeah.
Okay.
So on Wednesday, the 12th of October, I had the pleasure of kind of doing a brief presentation to the county's Leadership and Management Academy group. This is the second one, as I understand it, that we're running through. And I'm guessing there was probably 20 plus participants in that, maybe 24, 25. So it was very, very exciting to see the energy in that room and the desire to learn new things about management and leadership. And so I think we're off on a really good track of developing the future leaders of the organization, not just managers, but leaders. And there's a different role there. But it was just very enjoyable to present that. They talked about doing some things with some lean training, and I would love to participate in that too, to the extent that it's practical. So I think we're really moving in the right direction on the training thing. I have to just applaud the Human Resources Division and stuff and some of the things they've done there. We've got good staff, and I think we're making good things happen. So hopefully the CO's office sees the same kinds of things. And then later that evening, we had the monthly Elroy Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee meeting. Karen Garner, our Director of Planning and Building, was our guest speaker, and she came across very well in answering questions and talking basically about some of the process steps. And so much appreciated that our staff is taking the time to go out to those local meetings and connecting with the resident review groups and stuff that make inputs to us in terms of their advisory nature. So all done well. And then Friday, the 14th, I attended the Mission to Honor Veterans event. I know Cindy.
I got sick. I was supposed to be
Wendy was
there.
on the roll. Yeah.
Oh.
So Cindy and I served the whole day. We were both there. My wife was there. My daughter was there. Supervisor Turnbow was able to attend just after lunch. You got a chance to get up and speak, and I'll let him talk to that. But
yeah, I can.
Great event, good turnout, and it's so enjoyable to interact with those veterans and just thank them for their service and because a lot of them gave a ton, obviously, to this country in terms of our freedom and our ability to have open voting and all the things that we really, really respect and relish here. So it was great to be able to honor them. And I think it was very well done again. And so we'll look forward to maybe a future one. And then the last thing is I noted in an email I received that the cap to cap meeting this year is April 22nd to the 26th. And I haven't had a chance to see a calendar, if that's going to be a conflict with what we've scheduled or not, but it needs to be a consideration at some point, because I'm sure there's some of us on the board that would be interested in going to that again. So early recognition, April 22nd to the 26th of next year. I'm done.
All right. You want to go Supervisor Newhouse?
Sure. Yeah, thank you. So last Wednesday through Friday, I attended the retreat for the Executive Committee of CSAC, California Association of Counties. And there's only 11 of us that are actually on this committee. So it's small, it's nice, it's incredibly well, probably the best networking you can do. And one of the two things that came out of it, number one is I was going to send these out here. Give those to everybody.
Sure.
They passed out to us their proposal to to send out their homeless principles. And these are what they feel are the most important things we can do to address homelessness that they feel has not been addressed. And basically, they say that we need a comprehensive strategy, a statewide strategy. We all know this.
We know this.
We know this. A lot. It's a partner. They feel and you'll see on here, it talks about a statewide plan that includes a working partnership between the state, the counties, and the cities, all working together and all being accountable to our homeless and how we try to get a solution to this. And you'll see the big area that we're going to be talking about at next month's CSAC conference in Anaheim, we'll be talking about the fact that the CSAC has hired a consultant of, Keely, I can't remember her last name, I apologize, but she's very up to this and very up to getting us into the strategic plan and being able to take this plan to the state, to the cities, everyone, and coming up with one strategic idea on how to get this working together. And we'll talk about funding and about accountability and how we do it. So very exciting. Yeah. And it's about time, frankly. Us doing this piecemeal is not working. You can throw money out on it and it's just not working. That's right.
Something like that.
That's right. It's a heavy lift.
Yeah.
And so the second thing they talked about is something I've been bringing back to you a lot is the CARES Court. So this is now AB 179 was passed this year, which gives out a budget that includes $57 million in new state funding to be allocated to the counties to address Care Court, which Care Court, I can't remember what it stands for, but basically it's about helping those who can't help themselves, mostly homeless, behavioral mental illness issues, severe. We're talking schizophrenia and that type, and there's about 10,000 individuals in our entire state. So it's a small percentage, and yet it will get to those that most need it, get them out of homelessness and wherever they're at, and get them into a mandated state program that gets them the help. And now what I've been pushing on, and when we've had this conversation in the executive committee is, well, how does that affect the rural counties? Because the bigger counties have the hospitals, they have the ability to do this, the rurals don't. So what they've started with is the first year will be just for the 7 counties that volunteered to be a pilot program. And so that this year will be anywhere from $1 million to $3 million. These counties will be receiving anything from Siskiyou to San Francisco County, getting 5 million. Yeah. And this will be the first year. This year will be the first year of that funding. That will be $26 million for the first, and then $31 million we spread out for all the counties next year to start just the planning process. So what does that mean to El Dorado County? Well, we were one of the smaller, went by population. Minimum was $250,000. So we'll be receiving $250,000 by December, they're saying. And it's already, like I said, it's already in the budget process, already done. So we'll be getting this money to go towards looking at how we could address, if we have individuals, how we could get them the help they need. So it's just a start. There's a lot of moving parts on this one too, as far as understanding that it's a very small population, but it's critically important to get them off the street. So, these are the ones we really need off the street. So those were the 2 process that we talked about mostly in this, and very excited. And I hope we see some of you. Would be great if we could show up to Anaheim next month.
Actually, a question on that, Sue, is access to those state mental health resources part of the CARES Court?
No, it's going to be there. They've been pushing this onto the counties. That's been the issue is the state is mandating the counties to take care of this.
Giving you some startup money, but that's it.
Well, they started this by saying they weren't going to give us any money.
I'm talking about placement after the court process.
Not that I'm aware of. It's like I said, it's still got some moving parts on it, but they're talking about the counties taking responsibility of actually placing them where they need to go and getting them the services. So again, it'll be interesting to see. This is just the first 2 years of planning on it to see how they get there.
Interesting.
Yeah. No, I understand where you're going on that.
Yeah.
I totally agree. We need actual physical facilities to put them in.
Glad you're in those conversations.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's important. And then I just want to say, Sunday was the Lake Tahoe Marathon. And I volunteer, I crew that every year. We had a great time. It was beautiful up there and it went off perfectly, beautiful weather. Everybody was great, had a fun time. And, hope next year I'm hoping I could ride my bike and follow them.
There you go.
Nice. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, you ready, Supervisor Thomas?
That's hard to follow.
It kind of is.
I know. I finally, like I said, mentioned earlier, finally had the opportunity to meet our new HHSA director, Evelyn, and just had a really engaged conversation with her yesterday, and really appreciate her time and look forward to working with her as we move forward. Supervisor Parlin and I also had a really good meeting with our recorder clerk, Janelle Horn, who brought forward some really kind of frightening statistics and eye-opening schemes that are being presented to our community, as well as trends as far as recordings and the real estate market and inflation. I just appreciated having that information. So appreciated that coming forward. I had a really great meeting yesterday, I believe, with Woody, of the Executive Director of the Transportation Commission. And this was an initial conversation as we are really starting to revisit circulation issues in the Diamond Springs, El Dorado area. So I wanted to start with Woody to see what are our opportunities. And so we're going to be working with our staff and re-engaging that topic. And so just wanted to kind of put that on your radar that's starting, and look forward to having a lot more conversations around that issue that continues to circulate, no pun intended. So Karen and I also had the opportunity this last Thursday to attend the first welcome meeting of the El Dorado Youth Commission, and welcome. They have 4 new commissioners, and wanted to remind all of you that November 8th is our shadow day. So look forward to welcoming our commissioners with us on the dais. And I know you're not going to be here, are you? No, yeah. Yes, I'm going to miss you that day. I know, but that's always a really exciting morning to be with our youth and have them take part in our local government process. So look forward to that. And Karen and I, along with Kathy Guerrero, had an opportunity to tour the Placerville Food Bank headquarters to get a deeper understanding of what options are available in El Dorado County, and tour one of the distribution sites that's on a regular schedule here in Placerville. So really enjoyed that, and understanding how we are meeting food security in El Dorado County, which is a growing need. Yeah, really, unfortunately, it's a growing need with the crazy skyrocketing inflation that is really pushing on families. And then lastly, wanted to remind everyone that on November 2nd from 6 to 8 p.m. at Herbert Green School, Supervisor Heidel and I and public staff, public health staff are going to be doing a town hall on how to protect our youth from vaping and tobacco usage. And so really look forward, that's in partnership with the Motherlode Union School District, and look forward to having a community conversation around that. Everyone is welcome to attend, and that will kind of help inform.
Did that press release come out? I saw a draft. Did the final come out?
I don't know.
Okay, because we all have newsletters, so
Yes,
we should get it in there.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll
So
follow
look
up.
forward to that community conversation on November 2nd. So I'm just going to start putting it in my.
Yeah,
and we'll-
okay.
We'll get the word out, but look forward to that.
Very
That
good.
will then help inform where we want to go as a board, if there's strategies we want to.
Yeah, it'll be nice that people can zoom into it too. So
Yes, exactly.
that's a nice option.
Sean had it.
The flyer, I guess your office prepared, was posted on social media yesterday.
Oh,
So it
perfect.
is out. So we'll make sure
Okay.
each of you individuals get a copy.
Okay, very good.
Thank
I was
you
like,
for that.
I remember I've seen a draft somewhere and I couldn't remember what happened to
Did
it.
we see it posted? or is it-
I had a quick
you.
go back, if you don't mind. You just mentioned town hall, and I apologize. I had a town hall meeting yesterday, not me, Department of Transportation up in Lake Tahoe.
Oh, great.
That I participated in to talk about the right turn restrictions during holidays and Sundays. We are stopping that program because it wasn't working, because the apps are still sending them down our county roads when the state highway gets full. It's just so frustrating. And I'm really at a point where, if I do nothing else in the next month and a half, which I plan on doing a lot, but it will be mostly to see if we can get our state legislators to listen to us about, we need to get some requirements in there. If the apps are sending our people down to where there's a public health safety issue, which it is on a busy Sunday or holiday, they should be responsible for not sending them down. And if they do send them down, then there should be some sort of enforcement issues on those apps.
There needs to be some accountability on the apps, because I have the same thing on the Confluence with trucks. So
And it's not just us.
yeah, it's big.
I'm
So
going to
I
be bringing
appreciate
this
you
up.
doing that in the next month and a half.
Tahoe is a great, place to highlight that issue.
Yes. Yeah. it is.
Maybe after you could
Yeah, I
do that
know.
full time.
No.
So then, okay, then did you get everything? Okay, Supervisor Trim, you ready?
Yeah, on Tuesday after the board meeting we had last Tuesday, I met with the Pioneer Fire Board out there at the fire station, and basically talked to them about waiving the fire fees. So especially when the county, we stepped up and waived the fees, the building fees for the people in Grizzly Flat. So that's the reason why I talked to them and stuff, and they did vote to waive the fees. only to the people that's going to go through the rebuild process that was impacted by the fire. Also, El Dorado Hills Chamber, Cryo Labs, they had a grand opening on that. And a lot of people don't really know what it was, but I'll explain a little bit about what it's. Cryotherapy has been around since the late 1970s in Japan. Literally means cold therapy is what it means. It's you're whisked inside a chamber. The body is surrounded by minus 140 degrees liquid nitrogen mist for a maximum of 3 minutes. Isn't that something? Think about it. Minus 100. So what it is, the health benefits of the whole body cryotherapy is used by athletes to decrease recovery time and improve performance, and by the people seeking recovery from musculoskeletal pain. Other reported benefits include weight loss, reduced inflammation. There's been reports of helping cancer patients, dementia, reducing anxiety, depression, improving treatments of migraines, to name a few. Wow. So it's a great thing. I was amazed that I watched a person go into this thing and they turned this on and it was just like dry ice is what it looked like, is what it is. It just amazing how cold, a minus 140 degrees. I couldn't believe it.
But you're not a shareholder or anything, are you?
No, I'm not a shareholder. No, I'm not, but I was just amazed by it. I know you always say that. So anyway, also I had a fellowship dinner. The beer camps invited me out and that was kind of nice. I think Wendy, you've been out there a few times and stuff, and it was great. Listen to all the different people that spoke on their, how they turned their life around to God. So it was a great thing. And then I had a meeting with Gary Dietrich. He's still trying to help us with the individual assistance in the Caldor fire. So that'd be a good thing. And they're talking about putting me on a radio station to talk about it. Also, John and I, did we attend? I got late. I had a lot of meetings that morning, but I did attend. And it was after lunch and stuff down there for the veterans. And I spoke about, they wanted me to speak. So I spoke about our family involvement, especially in the Revolutionary War all the way, you know, to current, and then talked about my dad, what he went through in Korea, especially he was in the Battle of the Chosin Reservoir, and they call them the Chosen Few. And I talked about how the Marines were, you know, spread out, 15,000 Marines spread out over 50 miles. And when 1 million Chinese soldiers crossed the border against the 1st Marine Division, 1st and 5th. And so I don't want to go into great details, but what those guys endured, especially, you know, during war, you know, so when you see a veteran, make sure you thank them for their service, because you have no idea all what they've gone through. So remember that. They're very, it's very touching to hear some of these stories. And also this young boy is doing a piece on Korea, and he's going to pull that news article that was in the Mountain Democrat that my dad put in, and he's going to use a lot of the stuff out of that. So it's a great thing.
Was it anything else?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Just checking, making sure. So last Wednesday, the water agency went up to Tahoe because, you know, we're in person again and get to go places. So it was really weird though, because I was the only one that made it for Wendy had car troubles. So I was up there on this big dais in the South Tahoe Public Utility District boardroom. And yeah, and then the Tahoe rep.
And we were all on Zoom.
And so anyway, but it was really great. And we got presentations. Of course, when you go to an area, you hear presentations about the Tahoe PUD. And then also it was the, what was it? Tahoe Keys Property Owners Association, because they're having big problems with their water. And our water agency, Ken Payne, is just a great partner in tackling these water reliability issues. And it was really good for us, I think, to hear these presentations, because as these projects move forward, we won't be caught off guard when somebody asks us about them. So I appreciated that. And we also had a presentation on small water systems, because the agency is handling that SB 552 for the county. And you had it in your newsletter, Supervisor Thomas, and I meant to put it in mine to remind the small water systems to take a survey that the water agency has out there. We're gathering information to come into compliance and with SB 552. So lots of legislation. I don't know. Ken's awesome. I love him. So, and then on Thursday, I went down to RCRC and we had the ESJPA Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority meeting. And the big thing that came out of that is we talked about, there was a lawsuit, Jolly versus City of Oakland litigation. And apparently there's some fallout from that about franchise fees. And we were all advised to talk to our county council. So I'm getting some documents and I'm hoping that our county council is already aware, but some jurisdictions are going to be having a hard time because of the way they fund programs with their franchise fees. This lawsuit is going to change that. So I'll get together county council and make sure that our county is golden on that. That's on my to-do list. We have another Firewise community in El Dorado County, and it was, I got to go to their kickoff meeting, so that was exciting. Then, we had a virtual meeting. This is interesting. You mentioned something, Supervisor Turnbull, earlier. I had a RCRC organized a meeting with several counties. I don't know how many of us were on there, but a lot of counties are having issues with poor Brandon Sanders. I didn't want to say anything, with vegetation management when the crews come out and they're leaving the logs when the residents want them taken, and it's becoming a fire hazard or becoming expensive for the property owner to get it removed. It's becoming quite contentious, and it's not just our county. So if any of you actually have some photos from residents, or can start providing me kind of a list of incidents that have happened, because we're gathering things and I'll be taking that with RCRC. We're going to go to the CPUC and then look at other options. And so if you could gather some of that stuff for me.
Well, I can take a lot of pictures on
Yeah, I
Saturdays.
know. It's a big problem, and we need PG&E to step up and have their subcontractors need to take care of it, but their subcontractors. Saturday, the Native Sons of the Golden West Parlor 91 dedicated a plaque on the Oddfellows Hall up there, and it is now on their list of California historical landmarks. And I mention that only because the board has approved some community grant funds over the years for improvements on the building, and that building, for such an old building, it looks magnificent, and they really appreciated the county being a partner in that. So that's the only reason I mentioned it. So there's a plaque on there. It's really beautiful, and I have photos somewhere I got to find. And then on Sunday, we had Georgetown Founders Day, which we mentioned last week, and our public health department was there with senior services information and their board. And so I was really happy to see them. I went over and said hi. So that was good to see them there. And then yesterday, Monday, our El Dorado County Food Bank worked with the VFW, Shingle Springs Tribal Fire, and Chief Brown, our Georgetown Fire Chief up there. And we had a food distribution because people are still trying to recover from, you forget that, let's say you didn't lose your home in the fire, but you had to evacuate for 2 weeks. You come home, all your food, because the power was out and whatever, is just spoiled, destroyed. And so people are having a hard time recovering from that. So we had a really successful food drive. I just went to be supportive, but I put a lot of food in cars. So it was great. I think we helped about 100 families. And so I'm sure there'll be more of that coming. And then, lastly, just want to let you know that we did have a meeting with the American River Conservancy yesterday, me and staff, and we're getting close to finishing up our agreement on Chili Bar Park for the operations that our old agreement was really lacking. And so we're almost there. And then I heard that the vendor solicitation or whatever has finished up. And I think we got 3 people that were interested, or 3 entities, I should say. I have not seen them or anything, but we did get some people that are interested. So that's exciting. And I'm waiting to see how staff goes from there, but just want to let you know, we got interest, because I was concerned nobody was going to apply. And so I really want to see what that's
I got to go
about.
back. I just,
No.
I want to talk to you a little bit about our church, delivers a lot of food, and Wendy you hit on it. There's so many people are suffering right now with fuel prices, and the economy is going skyrocketed and stuff. And we have noticed an increase of probably about 40 to 50% increase in delivering food right now. So it just breaks my heart. And it mostly is seniors. It's mostly seniors. So I think I don't know what to say. I just hope that we can turn this around someday. So, but anyway, and I want to thank the El Dorado County Food Bank for all the help they've done, especially distributing the food these people. So
Well, and all our
great thing.
partners,
Yeah,
'cause we
all our
have- we
partners.
have a lot of
Yeah, we have-
partners
we
working
have-
with
we have-
us.
We do have a lot of
And we have a
partners.
pretty
but-
good network of food
Yeah.
distribution. So I think the more that we can get the word out to help our families.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. A lot of people need to know that
Yeah.
a lot of the churches, distribute a lot of food to the, and so, and the churches could be used, and people know that they can pick up food at the churches. They're
And
not
our
thinking it needs to get
libraries.
Out there, and our libraries.
Our hubs.
Yeah, our hubs.
There you go.
Yes.
So we're working it
Yeah.
and yeah, it's good to point that out, those partnerships. So
Yeah.
CAO, do you have anything for us?
Two things, Madam Chair. As of last week, all the Forest Service cabins that were destroyed in the Caldor fire have been cleaned and returned back to the cabin owners or the
Cabin owner,
Forest
yeah.
Service. It's a complex
Yeah.
one. But the cleanup is done, and that was a big lift. And again, I've said this before, but special thanks to Cal OES for their
Mhm.
assistance and their guidance in that would not have been possible without that partnership.
Yeah.
Right.
And Jeff Marcellet, it was a group effort for sure. And it just so, and you guys are all aware, but so the public is aware that we were originally scheduled to have the follow-up HIMP discussion next week, but due to some posting deadlines to comply with, that is moved to a special meeting on November 1st. So whoever's listening or following our minutes, if that's a topic you're interested in, that will be on a special meeting on November
2 to 4.
1st.
Mhm.
2 to 4 p.m.
2 to 4?
Correct.
Yeah.
2 to 4.
And thank you to Kim for making that possible.
Yeah.
Oh my
That was
gosh.
not easy
Yeah.
That was so
coordinate
hard
all
to
of us.
schedule. Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you for that. All right, everybody good?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, we will adjourn at 3:21. Thank you.